saying, I started a company called Lost Art of Being Human a few years ago because I saw this change of direction with a lot more AI that's happening. And I just thought, okay, we have to have more conversations around beauty, biophilia, and of course, the brain. I have been in the world of beauty for almost 30 years. So I come from this very different angle. I know a lot of people have been deeply, deeply connected to the research and the science behind uh, biophilia and neuroaesthetics, which we'll get into. But I started in the field of beauty 30 years ago when I started a company called Beauty Bar. You'll see pictures when I go throughout in a second. So I founded a company called Beauty Bar back in 1997, and it was an idea to take beauty out of a department store setting. But what I didn't realize what I was doing was creating the very first retail space that was fully biophilic in design back in 1997. So, which I think you all will appreciate the fact that people kept saying, no one cares about the interior of a store. You're spending all your time on something that's such a waste. And I thought, no, I really want people to feel the space and feel welcome no matter who they were, how old they were, where they came from. So uh, it was a beautifully biophilic space that I created. And then from there, I created many more biophilic spaces after I sold Beauty Bar ultimately to Amazon. So I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm just going to start by just sharing a little video for 1 second. So I share that to kick off by always just saying, how does that make you feel? There's an emotion always with nature. So maybe it brings you back to a memory, or maybe just something you just experienced because it is May and maybe you're in a place where it may be getting warm, like I am here in New York City. But these moments in nature really connect us back to memory, to sound, to sight, to almost taste. You can almost taste the air that you're seeing right now. And these moments are really beautiful, and they are what make us human. Togetherness in nature is where we evolved. I'm going to get into all of that. But when we look at nature for just 40 seconds, it relaxes the prefrontal cortex, which is really fascinating because, again, as Mike started the conversation, is we are nature. We've never been separate from it, but it has been this new industrial revolution that really pushed us indoors to become the greatest migration inside and has really impacted our health. But I'm really thankful for the fact that people are now diving so much more into neuroaesthetics, into the importance of beauty and the importance of biophilia and biophilic design. So I'm going to spend a lot of time on what biophilia is. So biophilia, thankfully, is our love of all living things and really the love of life. So what are we doing every day to make sure that we are surrounded by more living things? Because again, since the pandemic, many of us have kind of gone inward. We're kind of more in our spaces, more in our homes, and we're separate from a lot of things that make us human. Which is the beauty of nature, which is fresh air, which is sunlight, which is living things around us. So we have to be very cognizant of how we're spending our days and how much natureful experiences we have. We are really experiencing something of the atrophy of the senses, really, because our lives have become so indoors. We have to make sure that we have those moments outdoors more often. So thankfully for EO, we have EO Wilson, who really popularized the phrase of biophilia in the 1980s in his work at Harvard University. He was a famed biologist. And if you have any interest in biophilia, I really would love for you to think about or consider reading up what you can about E.O. Wilson. He was such a beautiful man. He just passed away a few years ago at the tender age of, I believe, 96. And his work was really about sharing the knowledge. And the knowledge is beautiful and it's more prevalent today than ever before, which I think is wonderful. I was just in DC. I just got back this morning, actually, and I went to the museum in DC, and I love seeing E.O. Wilson's words almost all over the world, all over the walls of the museum in DC about nature and our connection to it. And that's what, when we are separate from it, is when we become unwell. So when I think about and I talk about biophilia, it's more about remembering. So we have kind of spent that time that we're not really connected to ourselves in the natural settings. So how do we then incorporate more time in nature, and why this is important and why the remembering is one of the most important things we can do. Of why does that make me feel good? What was it that made me interested in this space or place? Was it a vacation? Was it a hotel? Was it an office space that surprised you? Or maybe just a simple walk? So even when we think about those moments spent in nature, we don't have to go far. We just have to go. So these are just pictures that I've taken in my travels because I do love nature so much, and I love taking pictures as much as I can to remind myself of the beauty that we're surrounded by every single day. There's one thing I always show many people, that while biophilia has been a very big part of my life for the past 30 years, it's really my twin sister. This is my twin sister here. She has never been able to walk or talk. And when we talk about the science that we now have around the importance of natural settings and getting outside, she has been my North Star, because I didn't need science at the time to tell me how she reacts when I get to wheelchair her outside. So she is fully 100% reliant on other people to bring her outdoors for the fresh air, for that sunlight on her skin. And she just explodes with giggles and laughter and joy the minute I get teary-eyed every time I talk about her, so I apologize, but she's just this gift that I could never imagine not having, that she has really given me the opportunity to see life through the eyes, like someone like my sister Danielle, who is on the spectrum of neurodivergent. She's incredibly neurodivergent, of a mental health of maybe a 6-month-old. But she's been really able to teach me things about biophilia, about biophilic design, and what it means to be human, and especially now. So we'll dive into what really happened to us as humans, but that idea, what Mike was talking about, the savannah, we love those landscapes. So how do we then evolve into a place in time where, okay, we no longer really live on the savannah. We are in these giant cities with lots of skyscrapers. So how do we then kind of form a different relationship with our surroundings? Because we do have these really very modern lives. There's so much happening and there's so much change, but we have very archaic brains. So we talk about how do we then kind of keep up with the times. Our brains are really doing whatever they can to survive and thrive and learn, but also remember that many nuances about what we like or what we don't like are mostly subconscious. So like Mike said, I'm very thankful that I've been able to study while I've been working in the space of biophilia and biophilic design. I didn't have the science or the studies behind me. So I was thankful to join Dr. Anjan Chatterjee at UPenn and Dr. Stephanie Peabody at Harvard at the Brain Health Initiative. Both universities are doing really incredible work around the science behind what are we doing? How do we then become as healthy as possible if we do live in these cities? And where does that lost connection come from? And how do we then think about how we go about our day? So really the cost of separation is what we have to be very careful of and speak to. So we are all in this world now, we're designers or we're implementers or educators of how do we help people see their space as a place of health and well-being. And really thankful that health is a big, big part of it. As Mike talked about too, Ty Farrow has been teaching a lot about salutogenesis and pathogenesis and how do we create spaces of health and not try and fix something, but we have to understand that the health is really where nature is. So how much nature are we getting every day? Because we did evolve on the savannah. So that cost of separation is what makes us unwell. A lot of people, you'll see in a lot of writing, people will say, well, nature is medicine. And I always say that is not true. I believe our separation from nature is what has made us truly unwell. So that cost is really big. So how do we kind of get back to the understanding of why nature is so important? We are spending, so this data is really from before 2020. So I think this number is actually a little bit higher since the pandemic. We had a great window of opportunity to spend more time outside during those pandemic years, but a lot more is happening now indoors. And there's a rise of something called biophobia, where people are now afraid to go outside for numerous reasons. I grew up in the Bronx, right outside of New York City. So I didn't have a lot of natureful experiences unless my parents took me to parks or took me to the zoo or the botanical garden. So I now experience and talk and work with people in inner cities to help them reconnect to nature and tell them why it's so important, even if they don't have the immediate nature out their view of their window. So how we help each other and our neighbors and ourselves to get more nature, it's really very important. And this disconnect, so Richard Louv is an incredible author and a wonderful friend. I'm glad to call him friend. He wrote Last Child in the Woods. I believe that was in the early 90s. And he coined this term, nature deficit disorder. While it is not a clinical term, it does really have very, very real consequences on human health. So attention issues, stress, heightened stress, and of course, illness shows up in different ways. And that stress causes that illness when we are disconnected. So being in this beauty world for so long in the wellness space, I always hear people talk about all these things that they're doing for their health and well-being. And oftentimes it never involves nature. So I said, well, how much nature are you getting? Whether it be indoors or out, how much are you really getting? So this is where the disconnect really kind of happens. And we have to think about that. So this is just our, again, I talk about biophilia as our innate connection to all living things. So think about when we walk around the parks, wherever you might be, do you have a pocket park in your neighborhood? Do you have a beautiful forest? Do you have a place to go along a waterbed, maybe a shoreline? These little tiny micro moments throughout your day really help you center back to self. It doesn't take much. I'm going to get to that in a second, but we have to kind of think about our bodies as these antennas that move throughout our days. So wherever we might be, whether it be in a busy city street, whether it be a mall possibly, or maybe an office, we are these great antennas, and our places and spaces can either feed us or deplete us. So it really depends on how much nature we have indoors as well as outdoors. So here's when we have much more nature within us and around us, that stress reduction goes down pretty immediately. Improved focus happens almost just as quickly, enhanced creativity and emotional well-being. So I'm not sure about you, but I know when I go for my walk, that's when I get the most energy, the most excitement, the most ideas, because I always try and tell people that when you do go for a walk, try and take your earbuds out. Because again, we had that atrophy of the senses. What are we doing? Are we not listening to the world around us to really center ourselves? When you have your earbuds out, you're able to kind of say, okay, are there things around me? What am I sensing? Are there bird song? Again, I was just in DC and I happened to hear bird song at 1:30 in the morning. It was a late night coming back from a business dinner, but I thought that was really odd that there's bird song at 1:30 in the morning. But again, if you're tuned into your surroundings, you question things. And Richard Louv always said, you cannot really support that which you do not love, understand, and know. So how do you protect something if you do not love it and support it and understand it? So it's important to understand the nature around us because that makes us curious and it makes us want to also protect it. So I always say we are biophilic by design. So when people talk about nervous system regulation these days, it's a lot of very trendy word or trendy phrase is nervous system regulation. But it really is our connection to the natural world that really does set up that nervous system to just calm down, to relax, to just be in the space and place and understand what's happening to you and why it's happening. And that's really important because once we are in nature, we don't have to tell ourselves, I need nervous system regulation. It just happens automatically to us and for us. So when we think about those kind of little micro moments, I lead wellness walks in Central Park as a part of just opportunities for me to be teaching people outside. And I call it my Central Park, my largest living lab. But again, it's not really having to tell people to do the things. It's more of I'm experiencing it, I feel it. I know my body feels more in line and centered and not out of breath and not confused. We just kind of focus on the trees around us, the sounds, the sense, and the steps that we're taking. It's not about measuring how many steps, it's more about measuring the experience itself of what nature can do for us every single day. So I think, again, we're all in the space together, and I'm so thankful that there is such a grown interest in understanding that we need to design for the body's experience. Most buildings are just there, and they're put up without the human considered. I see it in New York City every day. Lots of glass buildings. They're tearing down a lot of the history and the storied buildings, and they're putting up a lot of glass structures, which are very agitating to the human body. There's a woman named Cleo Valentine. I'm sure Mike knows of Cleo, and some people here on the call might know of Cleo. She's overseas. I think she's in England, I believe. I don't want to misguide you that way,
I
but
think it's London.
okay, London. So she's been doing some incredible work around how we move fast past glass buildings. I think the study just came out in January. They've been doing it for a few years, but how we innately don't feel comfortable around glass buildings are just hard. They're hard to the brain. So again, those straight lines and the glass reflection isn't really comfortable to the human body. So I would look up Cleo Valentine's work in this new found studies around what are we doing to our spaces to make them healthy, and why are we feeling off? So it's interesting when we understand this, we can then teach the people around us to understand their own spaces and why they might be having a hard day or not feeling well in a certain space. And I will always say, is it feeding me or depleting me? So this is where I talk about we're trying to do all these things to optimize the body and to always these biohacking things, but the biohacking isn't going to help you if you don't have any exposure to nature. It's 100% guarantee. If you want to be unwell, make sure you don't spend any time in the natural world and don't bring any nature inside, because you will become stressed. You will have insomnia. You will be that immune suppression. It's been studied by the Kaplans and so many others about what's really happening to the human body. So here we talk about enriched and impoverished environments. There's some really great studies, again, going on globally, and how the neuroscience is now showing when we have these enriched environments, which are the spaces with views, the natural materials, any kind of textures indoors that kind of emulate or kind of look like the natural world, really kind of helps us. That's the enriched environment compared to the impoverished. I know we've seen them. I'll show you some slides in a few minutes of the impoverished environments that are cold, they're lackluster, you have no idea of where you are. It could just be very, very uninviting. The places you want to go to kind of give you that warm embrace, that kind of hug. You don't even know why you're getting that hug, but you feel a hug when you're in those enriched environments. So these are neurological effects. This isn't just a decorative asset. It isn't just biophilic because, oh yes, it's trendy. It's more of how are we going to go ahead and create these spaces for human flourishing, no matter who the person is or how old they are. So here's some really interesting key benefits of biophilic design and biophilia. So we talked about biophilia is that innate connection to nature, but biophilic design is really bringing those natural elements indoors. You might have heard of Bill Browning, and he's a co-partner at Terrapin Bright Green, where they do the 15 patterns now of biophilic design. So some things you wouldn't even think about because a lot of people say biophilic design is just bringing a plant inside, but that's not really the case. Mike already mentioned prospect and refuge. There's so many different elements, but here when we think about it, these are all the benefits of having biophilic design indoors in your offices, in your education spaces, and your healthcare. It's getting more and more profoundly noticed. I was just at the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida in January. My father had brain surgery, and he had this most beautiful view of a landscape that was just I can't even describe how beautiful it was. And here it was in the hospital, and the bed looked out the window to the waterway and the marshes and the greenery, and of course, the big blue skies. And you think that's exactly what we need when we look out the window from hospital beds. And more hospitals are really impacted and also incorporating more biophilic properties and elements from soundscapes to visualness of nature. So when I talked about the 40 seconds of viewing nature, it wasn't just the natural world in terms of looking at your window. You can even look at nature. Let's say you have a painting in your home. Let's say you're in an office space. You have a beautiful picture or photograph of nature. They have them in nursing homes. I see a lot more photography of nature elements in the hallways. So I'm always curious to see what people are doing to really bring those natural elements inside, especially if people can't go outdoors. What are we doing? So when we think about how simple it is, because it is so simple. People say, oh, I don't really have to do it, or I need to do something harder. We think about the forest bathing. So I call them wellness walks. They're pretty much very akin to each other. But the natural killer cells are what's really fascinating to me. And those are pine trees or conifer trees. So if you go for a walk, even in your own neighborhood, look for those pine trees because they're releasing something called phytoncides. And phytoncides are these natural aerosols that they're bathing themselves in to protect themselves from disease and illness, which is really fascinating. But what's even cooler about that aspect is when they're bathing themselves in these aerosols called phytoncides, it releases something within us because we're inhaling it, we're smelling it, where it's being ingested. We can't see it, taste it, or smell it, but it's being ingested. It activates something known as our natural killer cells, NK cells. And those natural killer cells help us ward off disease and illness within us. So whenever I see people linger by the pine trees, I'm always saying, okay, they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly why they're there for just a few minutes. So you can see these numbers, even just a few days in the forest really helps your NK cell activity. Dr. Lee wrote a few books on forest bathing. I'm going to mention a whole bunch of people in books throughout this talk. So if you have questions at the end or you want me to remember or recite them or email you afterwards, I can always do that as well. But these are long-term benefits when you think about natural world and then nature exposure. So even 7 days when you're in nature, it impacts you all these days later. So when you can kind of stack more nature in your life, you realize the health benefits are really rather profound. So when we think about, we can't always bring big elements of nature inside, maybe because of where you live. I live in a very tiny apartment here in New York City, so I do what I can. So what do we do? How about the grammar of the forest? So those biomorphic forms. So these are curves, hexagonal, faster wayfinding, lower visual stress, like little tiny things. These, again, micro doses of nature inside. This is a photograph that I'm in Court Furniture. So Court Furniture is a company that I do a lot of work with because they create beautiful spaces that are rental equipment and furniture that you can bring wherever you are. And the pieces are really, really beautiful. And again, how do we bring these fractal patterns inside? How do we teach people why they're good for you and why it's important? So this is a little bit more about how our spaces really impact us in ways that we often don't know. Didn't who was it that said we create the spaces and the spaces create us? Was that Winston Churchill, I believe, said
It
that?
was Churchill.
Yeah. So our spaces then create us. So the left here is actually a tent. I live in a tent every summer. This will be my 36th summer living in a tent. It is a big tent, so it's 20 foot by 20 foot, but I never thought 36 years ago that living in a tent for 4 months out of every year would shape the way I am and has shaped my life. It has shaped the businesses I've created because I am so thankfully tuned into the natural world in this space for those 4 months that I can kind of sense exactly when it's about to rain. You know exactly what time of day it is because I live in a canvas space. So not everyone can live outdoors. But I'm very thankful that I get to, and I get to be so connected to the natural world in such a profound way that it really has shaped you. It really can shape you, I should say. The picture on the right is one of my stores. That's my flagship store. It was in Florida at the time. And I tried to make these spaces beautiful with natural elements. And that's when people said, well, you're doing this all for the wrong reason. No one really cares. And I'm very glad I never listened to them because if I had, I probably would have never created the spaces that I did. But the spaces turned out to be very, very comforting. So here's another picture of these. So I think about the environments that we create. My background is really in retail, so I help others create spaces that are soothing. And I use the slate walls and I put the wood in everywhere and I made sure there was lots of natural light. I kept the doors open at all times and I had a sound specialist create these soundscapes for my stores back in 2000. And it was a really funny time because people always asked if they could buy the soundscape soundtracks, but I couldn't do that back then because they were illegal to do. So how do we create these environments for optimal creating the senses, chance encounters, again, that our brain of ours really wants, we want to explore, we want to kind of see places and not know what's around the corner. So when you look at spaces like this and then go to that, does your body innately all of a sudden have this feeling? Does it kind of give you that, oh, I don't know. I know I've seen these places. I'm not going to name where these photos were taken, but I know we've always seen these stores. You think, I don't feel good. This does not feel like a hug. I feel out of sorts. This is placelessness. I couldn't even tell you what the brand is for the department store or the store where these are. I know personally, but otherwise you wouldn't really know. And this kind of unease that goes with it. Again, the overhead lighting, it's cold, it doesn't look very comfortable. But when you look at a space or these three spaces, how does that make you feel? There's a real difference, isn't there, in the body when you kind of look at this and that? There's a feeling you get. There might be that warm hug. Look at the natural settings around you. The company in the middle is Rituals. I worked with them in Amsterdam, and they have been doing some beautiful, beautiful products and store design that had changed my way of thinking in a way that I thought, okay, they're growing big trees inside and they're really beautifully crafted and also understood why we need these, even in retail, as well as homes, hospitals, hospitality, and so on. So I'm going to share this. Hopefully this, maybe the sound won't come through. So I'm not sure if the sound came through, but that again is that's my tent. And I love rain. I love rain on the tent sound. So you think
Mm.
about what is sound versus noise, because oftentimes we just hear things and it's just whatever it is. We don't know what it is. But how does it make you feel? And what is it doing to your body? Sound is usually nature sounds, whether it be a rain on a tent, or it could be maybe a breeze, the trees. It could be a beautiful walk along the ocean, something that just is soft. A lot of spas, of course, incorporate nature sounds. I think they were one of the very first industries to really make sure natural sounds were indoors. But what does noise do? So noise is usually man-made. It's a jackhammering, it's a honking of the horn. Not only is it irritating to the ear, it really impacts the whole body. So think about, what does sound do? So sound has these positive impacts of, okay, I feel relaxed, it makes me feel better. So it doesn't have to take much either. Think about bird song. They're now using bird song in classrooms because they're doing some studies around birdsong and children learning better. They're doing better on test scores, less absenteeism, and they've been kinder to the staff, which I found fascinating. And I'm glad they're actually incorporating this. And why is that? So when we think about how we evolved outdoors, again on the savannah or wherever we were, we always had birds around. The only time birds were not around when there was prey. So there's something big was around us, something dangerous was possibly around us. So when we didn't hear bird song, that's when we thought, okay, something is could be possibly wrong around us. So when we do a bird song, it kind of says to the body, I'm in a safe place, I'm going to be okay. So again, these are not things that we think about, but they're innately within our very archaic brains that they're already programmed in there. So how do we then treat those things? You don't need to have massive infrastructure within a building to put music or sound in. So a lot of times I just tell people to use their Alexa devices, their Google devices, maybe YouTube. If I'm working from home, sometimes I'll just put my YouTube channel on and maybe play fireplace sound. So there's always opportunities to really incorporate sound over noise within your space to just give you some calm, reflection, and also get back to center. Because if you're stressed during the day, it's hard for you to keep going. So how do you think about those natural sounds and those natural environments indoors? But again, the improved sleep, the mood elevation, and I can tell you right now, the improved sleep is very big, where I sleep very differently here in New York City than I do when I'm in the tent, where I can go to sleep immediately there and I'm sound asleep until the sun comes up around 4:45 or so, 4:45, 5 a.m. So I'm glad I'm a morning person for that. But it does kind of, when you get into that space of those natural rhythms and the sound, it really does impact you. So I thought this was really interesting. I was doing some work with different teams, and we said universally, it really is, the home is not just where you live, it's really one of the most intimate relationships you can have with the physical world. You can create the space you want, it doesn't have to cost much. And again, there are so many opportunities to just bring these elements of naturalness. I say, how beauty filled is your space? How much beauty do we have in our day is so very important, because beauty is now known as a biological need. For many, many years, it's been more transactional, the beauty industry. So, how do we bring back the center of beauty, which is a biological need? As humans, we need to experience beauty every day. And often that beauty comes from nature. So, I always say that we are sensorial beings craving sensorial experiences. And that's important because we are lacking it right now. And with the world going as fast as it is down this path to more technology and more technology, we have to remember that we are human beings needing the natural world as much as possible, as often as possible, because without it, we truly become unwell. Uh, and the atrophy of the senses is a real thing. It's a real detrimental thing. So, how do we help our children, maybe nieces, nephews, grandchildren, friends of friends, what have you, to really understand, how do we go for that walk and really look at, what are we listening to? What do you see? What are you smelling? And all these little tiny key things that we can do to help ourselves get better, we then in turn help each other and our businesses get better. Because this isn't just, again, decoration. We are making our staff better. They're feeling better about themselves. They're healthier. I think of everyone again. I go back to the retail because I do come from the retail background. Is the staff going to be as healthy as possible with the more nature that we have inside? And Mike also brought up the salutogenesis again. I know Ty is so smart about this, but how do we think about our places from a salutogenesis versus pathogenesis? How are we doing the healing and the health before we need to kind of fix things at the end? And again, we don't have to spend a lot of money doing these little tiny things. It costs very little if you want to, if you need to. And again, there's also carpeting companies that are also incorporating really beautiful design and carpet that emulate the outdoors. So these small little things and actions we can take really help impact our overall health and well-being for as long as we can. Because again, this is a global interest. It's a global need. And again, the further we go indoors and separate from one another in nature, the more unwell we truly become. I feel like some of my slides are missing. I don't know where they are, but I would love to stay in touch. And I'm sure, Mike, we have some time for questions. And if people don't want to ask questions, you can always email me or find me on
Yeah,
LinkedIn.
let's. There are a couple of things that I picked up out of this, Jennifer, that I want to comment on as well. Well, first of all, even before I go there, I want to mention to everybody that we're quite international here on this
Mhm.
call. We have Lisa Tepang who is in Oahu right now on vacation, sitting in on this presentation, and we have Susan Martinwall in Sweden. So it's kind of interesting to see how many time zones are involved. Um,
Amazing.
Jennifer mentioned the Mayo Clinic. Uh, Jennifer, did you see that chat?
No, I have not.
Robin is asking, would you please, where is it? Let me find it. Would you please post the information on the bird sound study in elementary schools?
Sure, I will find it. I don't have it handy, but I will definitely. I know that. Let me stop sharing my
Well, let's do
screen.
this, Jennifer. Any of these questions, you can send the answer to me because I'm sending a follow-up email tomorrow. Then I can
Okay.
include those answers tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah,
But let me let
absolutely.
me let me go back to the Mayo Clinic for just a second.
Yeah.
Jennifer mentioned that her father had a view out the window, and you should all know that there's a famous study. You've
Mhm.
probably heard of it. There's a famous study of a hospital outside of Philadelphia where doctors were recognizing that some patients were recovering from surgery faster than others. And
Mhm.
they brought in Professor Roger Ulrich out of Texas A&M to do the study of what was happening, and he noticed that some of the patients had a view out the window of a brick wall, others had a view out the window of a tree landscape, and those who had
Wow.
a view of the tree landscape were recovering roughly 1 day faster than the others, all because of a view of nature. That's the power of nature.
Mhm.
Jennifer also mentioned forest bathing. Um, and you may recognize the term Shinrin Yoku out of Japan. This is a study that was done in the early 1990s by the Chiba University, where they sent 420 patients into the forest to spend time. The result was a 12.4% decrease in the cortisol level. So these comments and mentions by Jennifer are fully supported by science. And I think that's the thing that separates what we're trying to do at Science and Design. We're documenting and we are grounding the information we're providing in science. So you can take that to heart. I have a question for you, Jennifer. You mentioned the senses, and do we recognize the importance of all five senses?
It's funny because Richard Louv even says, I mean, there's a couple of, there are 20 senses, he said, or there's 30 senses that we haven't even studied, but the power of the senses are what makes us fully human. And without us activating our senses every single day, we kind of forget about it because we're sitting at our desks all day and we're just powering through. But the human body needs that kind of getting up and kind of expanding and experience of, oh yeah, what am I hearing? What am I smelling? What am I tasting? What am I seeing? Even if you can just kind of change your view throughout the day. I know it's so hard when we work in an office or out on the site or on the job. It can be hard. So what are we doing to encourage our customers, ourselves, to get our senses activated? What are we doing every day to kind of really help ourselves be in that place of salutogenesis? What are we doing to be in that healthy space is really
Mhm.
important. But the atrophy of the senses is a real thing.
Yeah, yeah. We've spent the first 2 or 3 years with science and design mostly talking about the visual, and I'm
Mm.
planning to get deeper into the broader interpretation of aesthetics by looking into the senses in the second half of this year. So, if anybody out there is listening right now, knows of real specialists in the other senses, I would certainly appreciate hearing about them because I'm going to be looking into it on everybody's behalf over the next couple of months.
It's a
Um,
great point, Mike. Mike, it's really, I think I'm glad you're doing this because I think sound is a very big one that I see a lot of people that are implementing different elements of sound. So I think you're going to see a lot of new data around the senses and especially
mhm.
sound.
There's a question from Amy Crane. Where is the tent you live in for 4 months?
Oh, it's in Ocean Grove, New Jersey. I was really wishing I was going to be moved in by now, but I'm not moving in until next Thursday. But it's in Ocean Grove, New Jersey. It's an old historic town that was formed in 1869 from the very tents that there are 114 that are still around, but the town was formed from these tents in 1869. So it's a really magical historic space. And you can look it up online, Ocean Grove, New Jersey, and you'll see all the stories about the tent and tent living.
So, does anybody else have any questions that you want to put in the chat? We're actually running a little ahead of time, so we're going to take 10 minutes. Don Ruggles is not here yet, and at least I don't see him. Hold on, let me check and be sure.
Yeah, please feel free to ask any questions in email or anything else. I do try and respond very, very quickly. But it's really fascinating because I think we're all in these spaces. Sometimes we put ourselves in silos that we think that we can't do other things outside of our own industries. But I can tell you wholeheartedly, I never thought being in the beauty industry would lead me to where I am today to be able to talk about this and to
Mhm.
study it and research it and be with such incredibly young people that are so smart and they're so excited to help others with health, with, we know, what are we doing every day to make sure that we are creating a space of health and well-being because our spaces are often overlooked for, I mean, Mike, you talk about this all the time. It's been talked about. Everyone that's going to be speaking today, this is their life's work really about how do we think about our spaces as places of health. We are in this idea that we're in preventive care. You know, we make sure that people are healthy from the get-go. Like, what does your space look like? What does it feel like? What does it sound like? Does it feel like
You know,
that?
it's interesting. The specialists in neuroaesthetics think of all of us on this call right now as an alternative health resource.
Yeah.
If that's what they believe we are, we need to start believing that as well. I mean, we're so tied into timeless design and the trends of what's the new color for the year, that kind of thing. We need to really start accepting the fact and internalizing the fact that we do provide health. And so just if everybody would keep that in mind, that'll help move us all along and continue the momentum that we've developed. Now, by the way, Jennifer also mentioned some new rugs and carpets and the designs. There are 3 companies that support science and design aggressively, and that you should know are rooted in the pattern, the fractal patterns, and some of the things you'll hear about from Richard Taylor this afternoon. Fazy Rug is one. Phillips Collection has furniture that looks an awful lot like what Jennifer was showing at Court. And also, Christorama is a recent new supporter of science and sponsor of science and design. And we're going to be doing some special events with Christorama in the months ahead. So let's do this. I saw another, Jody, I think, asked another question. Um, Susan is asking this question, interested in the study of how big glass windows affect us.
Yes, so Cleo Valentine, I don't have the study on me, but Cleo Valentine just posted it on LinkedIn. She's very, very active on LinkedIn. She's speaking all over the country, actually all over the globe, about her work in neuroarchitecture. So I know Don Ruggles probably talk about that and some others this afternoon about neuroarchitecture, but that is really about how our spaces are impacting our brain health. And I say brain health a lot more than mental health because mental health has this kind of caveat of heaviness that we're trying to fix something, right? There's always this mental health thing we have to fix, but brain health is really that expansion. So what are we doing for brain health every day to make sure we are healthy and our brain is as healthy as possible for as long as humanly possible? So um, yeah, there's some great, great studies, and Cleo Valentine is one of those people. Colin Eckert, I think, is another one, but Cleo Valentine really,
Out
she
of
does.
Canada,
Yeah,
Colin Eller. Yeah.
Ellard, yeah. So there are some others that are doing some great, great work. Dacher Keltner is out of UC Berkeley. He has a lab. I think it's a good for you lab, but he does a lot of work around awe and the power of awe. So again, these are really small, small things that we think about, but they have such huge impacts on our health that we kind of often overlook because oh, it didn't cost us anything, so it must not work. And I think that's the problem with so much of what we do. All the time we think about, well, if it costs money, that it has to work. But oftentimes, just those moments of awe of just seeing like I saw a sunset last night over the DC sky, and it was so stunning just to witness it. So again, if we're a witness in our own lives, we then celebrate it, and there's a sense of gratitude, and that gratitude swells to become health in our own body. So every moment we can give ourselves to kind of break
Jennifer
free.
is frozen. Jody is asking a question. Will we receive the recording from the beginning of the webinar, including Mike's introduction? And the answer is yes. I'm going to, as you noticed, Dummy here forgot to record from the very beginning, so I will re-record the first 20 minutes, and everyone will get both the first session and the rest of the day. So we're recording right now. So by the end of the day, by tomorrow, I mean, you will get both recordings. Um, just a reminder that as you think of these questions, during the lunch period, right after Don Ruggles, we're going to have an open mic. I've never done this before, and I'm kind of anxious about having 30 people trying to talk at the same time. So we'll try and muddle through that, but we want to have ideas from all over the country, all over the world, and ask you to share those ideas and ask questions because think of the wealth of talent that is on this Zoom call right now. And so just keep that in mind. And during the lunch hour, we're going to just all share good ideas. There's one more new question here. Hold on. I've been in design for almost 40 years, and this is the most fascinating thing ever. I hear that all the time.
Yeah.
That's from Linda Sturgill. And the thing that I hear from designers is, I wish I had known this 20 years ago. This is so validating for all of you. You intuitively have understood that you make your clients feel good. But we've gone so far beyond the phrase "feel good" to
Yeah.
be considered, as I just said, an alternative health resource. So I'll tell you what, we're going to have to take 10 minutes because we are ahead of our time. And as soon as Don gets on, he's supposed to be on by quarter after. And Don is normally on time. So let's take 10 minutes and to do what we have to do, maybe go grab a cup of coffee. And we'll be back at 11:15. Jennifer, thank you so much.
Thank
Really
you, Mike.
appreciate it. Yay,
Thank
yay,
you
yay.
all. No, thank you very much. I can't wait to listen to everyone else for the rest of the day. I'm really excited.
Hey, Don, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to see you. Good to see you. How's everything in Denver?
Oh, it's great. It's nice today. We're not having to shovel snow. So
Yeah, you had a big storm just a week or two ago, didn't you?
we did. Oh, always exciting.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope I'm good enough to do all this. So I'm going to have to share my screen, right?
Yeah. And we're going to go ahead. You can go ahead and start that and sharing your screen. And when everybody gets back on at about 11:15, 11:16, I'll give you an introduction and you can take over.
Okay, just a second here. Where'd it go? Okay, you want me to hit share screen?
Sure.
Okay, now what? Share, I hit share at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're seeing all your emails.
um, let's see.
There we go.
Now, do you see my notes or is it just,
Yeah, we're seeing your notes.
I
You
don't
need
want
to
it.
you need to go to slideshow at the top.
Yep, got it. And presenter view.
Yeah. No, we're still seeing your notes, Don.
Huh, okay. Darn. Still there?
Yeah. I think if you just click on slideshow and then go play from the beginning.
Let's try this one more time.
Nope, seeing your notes.
Okay, slideshow, play, play from beginning, play from start.
Yes. There we go.
But I don't see my notes. That's a,
Oh,
that was a big problem. Okay, Jesus. This will be a shame. How much time do I have here?
you have another 4 or 5 minutes. You can relax. We're so far ahead of time.
Do you still see it?
Yes. No, not working. There you go.
Yeah, but I still, Mike, I don't see my notes. I'm going to have to print them out. That's
Mike, check the chat. Nina gave some instructions.
Don, Nina Lichtenstein is trying to help out. If you go
Hi,
back,
Nina.
hmm?
I'm just saying hi to Nina.
Oh,
Okay,
Don.
thank you.
if you go back, Nina, why don't you just go ahead and tell Don what he needs to do?
Okay, so my husband, who is good at this kind of thing, he says if you go back to share and select share window instead of share screen, you get to select which window you are sharing.
Okay.
So,
Let's,
so get out of the share and go back in.
Yes.
So like stop sharing.
Yes, so stop sharing your screen and try to do it again. Select share window.
how do I,
I think the stop share is at the top of the screen, Don.
okay, so I've stopped the share.
Nina, stay on, would you?
Okay, my husband here, he'll talk you through it. Go ahead, David.
So if you're on a PC, you may see things phrased slightly differently than I do. But as you share, you should be allowed to select share window or something similar instead of share screen. And that should allow you to select which app you're actually sharing.
Do I hit the share button first?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a share.
So it didn't give you an option to share window.
At the top, it says participants, chat, share, pause, layout, slide control, show
What's
meeting,
What's
layout.
under here?
I'm sorry, what?
What when you listed things, you listed share. What we see what's under share. What options do you have?
Okay, hold on. Says share settings.
And you can try that, and it may then allow you to select a certain app or window to share. It looks like you're on a Mac, so you should
Yes, I am.
be what I'm expecting.
Okay, so the window comes up when others share, window size when viewing. When I share, windows shared from application, choose individual windows, share all.
That's the one. Choose individual window. And
Okay,
so
it's already chosen. All right.
So if you select the window of whatever content you're showing, you
Uh-huh.
can show that, then still be able to view on your end your notes by toggling to those.
Okay, so now I open up my program again.
Probably. Oh, I see. So you're trying to show the presentation and then read from the right.
Correct.
I apologize. This is not how I tend to present things, so I'm not exactly sure how you would do that. Short of
Done this so many times, but
opening that in a full screen format and then maybe somehow previewing it on a side thing so you could see the notes. That might work.
What if he opens two windows overlaid?
It won't really do that. It won't open the same app. The same app won't open.
Don, are you seeing your notes now?
no.
You want to take
Wait, I have a idea. So if you save as this as like what it is and a number 2, you could share the one where you're just showing it, and then open the number 2 to view it as you have now with the notes visible. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah. So you're like making a clone so that you can keep one in this format and the other in the full screen format. Yeah, just like a different name. -2, whatever. Or you could copy and paste your notes into a notepad document and keep that open separately. Are we still?
No, I can't find the,
Oh yeah, you'd have to know where it's going.
well, I thought I did there.
That's the trick. Just make a new folder on your desktop to save another one in there.
I just found it. Okay.
But,
Okay. I'm sorry. Now what do you want me to do?
So if you open one and start open one of them as the way you want to present, so it'll be like the full
Okay.
screen. Yeah, and then
And you want it to be full screen?
you know what, leave that one like that so you can for sure see your notes, and then open the other one and then make that like in presentation form. And then I'm hoping that that'll be visible to us and that you'll still be able to see your notes on the other one. Yeah. Does that work, or does that hide your notes? Can you find the other one somehow to view it?
Yeah, sure.
Great.
Hold on. Where do
Okay, might switch
how
back.
do I collapse it?
This is going to be tricky. Let's maybe in your view options. Or no, is that for you? No, it's your screen or his?
Oh boy. I'm frankly getting overwhelmed here. I think I'm just gonna have to print the notes out.
That's, yeah, I would say that, or just copy paste them into a notepad document you can send to your phone.
I
Whatever's
don't
easier.
know how to do that.
Sure.
Don, there's an idea that just popped up, and that is if you send the presentation to me,
Yeah.
you can use your notes and I can run the slides through for you. So
That's a great
uh,
idea.
yeah, Susan from Sweden just came up with that idea. So
Uh,
you want to consider doing that,
so
Don?
sorry. No, I have another option that might work that I think is very easy. So when you go into share and you go to advanced, then you can choose actually a part of the screen. So you can decide yourself what part of the screen you want to show, and then you can see your notes as well.
Okay, so I'm going to advanced. Okay,
Yeah. So when you see advanced, because I don't think that's the one you tested
sure.
recently.
It's not.
Yeah, mine is in Swedish, but I tried to translate, so it should be
Okay.
advanced.
Okay.
And at the bottom, you find part of the screen.
Portion of the screen to okay.
At least here, it's like part of the screen. I think that's the
Yes.
translation.
Okay, so then I hit share.
Yeah, because part of the screen, then you can actually decide yourself what you want to show us. And then you probably can see also your notes.
Okay.
And but you have to adjust what you show us.
There you go. Don, are you still seeing your notes?
Hold on. Yeah.
If this proves too challenging to align, forwarding it to Mike might be an easier option.
Yeah, you should be able to just adjust this what you want to show us by, yeah.
Okay. So I'm sorry, what do I click on now? Let's see. Are you just seeing the title without my notes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go to the next slide. How do I do that?
And probably you see your slides on the left, and then you can just click them.
Yeah, it's not taking the, oh, you, do you see design is never neutral?
The
No, we're
importance
still
of
seeing your
beauty.
title slide.
Okay, so we're almost there. How do I get this to move?
Yeah, in the corners, normally you can adjust what we see by what do you say, stretching in the corners. So you really put what you want us to see in the center.
Okay, I'm just going to send it to you, Mike.
All right.
Honestly, I'm just, you should have it, Mike.
Or not yet. Did you send it to my Gmail?
Yes, I did.
Okay, not yet. There you go. Hang in there, everybody. We're getting there. There it is. Ta-da! Are you seeing the full slide? Don?
I see the slide in the notes.
Oh
So
my God.
What will say?
Wait, who's sharing?
Yeah, but actually, I think if you put the PowerPoint in another kind of view, you can put it in like notes view, and then you share just a part of the screen. Maybe that would be the easiest thing to do.
What are you seeing now?
Now
The
we see.
full, the
Perfect.
full slide. Yeah.
the full slide.
The full
Perfect.
slide. All right, Don, you're on. Hey, let me say very quickly, I don't know what happened here. Don has done hundreds of these. He's done at least 24 of these with me. So I'm just glad we got it started. Don is CEO Emeritus of Ruggles Mabe Studio, an architecture and interior design firm in Denver. He's the author of the book Beauty, Neuroscience, and Architecture, which was awarded the Independent Publishers Bronze Medal, and he's executive producer of the full-length documentary movie Built Beautiful, and that you can find on any of your streaming services. Don is also board emeritus for the ICAA Rocky Mountain chapter, director of classical studies at the University of Colorado, Denver College of Architecture, and serves on the board of directors of the Human Architecture and Planning Institute. And Don is the reason that I'm in this business. I met Don on December 15th, 2015 in Denver. We were having lunch. And when he said beauty improves health, it rocked my world totally. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing today. And Don is a dear friend, and we're good supporters of each other. Don, you're on.
Thank you. Sorry about all the short circuits here. This morning, as I was out watering my garden, which is good for your nervous system, by the way, I noticed that an ornamental tree, it's a hawthorn, had bloomed literally overnight. And, this occurs every year, and the bees are hard at work on the tree. It's just an amazing scene in nature to behold every year. And, I thought, this is balanced design. And it's beautiful too. And it's really good for your nervous system. And so I asked myself, what exactly is balanced design? And what are we trying to balance here when we use the term balanced design? And why is it important to what we do as professionals? And what is homeostasis? And why is that important? And then there's beauty, that always prickly, controversial topic. How do we define it? How do we use it to benefit our clients? And given the familiar refrain that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, why do we even bother to look for definition if it is unique to each individual? Well, it turns out that all of these concepts are incredibly important for us as design professionals. I'm going to try to show you why today. You still with me, Mike?
Yep.
Okay. On the
The
slide.
slide moved, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we all have an intuitive sense that the places we inhabit affect how we feel. Some places calm us and elevate us, and when we experience these spaces, we feel well. We maybe feel inspired and probably safe. These are spaces that are often referred to as beautiful or pleasurable. And then there are other spaces when experienced that don't create the same sense. Quite the opposite, in fact. They may be exciting and interesting, but our sense of well-being and pleasure and safety is missing. Why would there be a difference? What accounts for these different feelings and emotions? I'm going to show you that today and show you what the difference is and how profoundly important it is to your work. And yet, in most of our professions, in architecture, urban planning, and interior design, there is little to no recognition of this difference. In fact, in the rare instance when we do recognize the difference, we treat these opposing forces as equals and the differences as neutral. But what if they aren't equal or neutral? What if the spaces we create are not passive at all, but are continuously interacting with our biology and our neurology? And what if that interaction has an impact on our health and our nervous system? Frankly, it's a life-changing realization. There is no neutral space. And here's the point. Every space you inhabit, interact with, and create either generates health or diminishes health. And the middle ground, resting between those two extremes, generating health and diminishing health, is where balanced design resides. So let me show you. Okay, next slide. Let's start with another question. I know I'm throwing lots of questions out here, but let's start with another one. Have you ever experienced an unsettling room, one that overwhelms senses to the point of discomfort? Exciting, yes. Interesting, yes. But still, you may have sensed that you had to leave as quickly as possible, that something didn't feel quite right. Well, this type of space often induces a fight or flight, stress, survival, physical response. Well, conversely, next slide. Have you ever been in a room that you didn't want to leave? Was it a space that calmed you and made you feel well and even hopeful? Have you known a building or a piece of art that you went out of your way to engage with on a routine basis? This type of space often induces a rest pleasure response, and it is called generally beautiful. Here's a more general question. Are we subconsciously aware of buildings or rooms that we routinely approach or avoid? This is the power of architecture and design at work, and neuroscience is unlocking the ideas of art and architecture that have such an effect on us, whether positive or negative, and why they do. And frankly, it's an instinctual drive that each of us share, our drive to achieve good health and well-being. Think of it this way. When you're ill, your primary focus is to regain your health, or when you're under stress, your primary goal is to relieve the stress. This is common to all cultures and to all humans. And pleasure, beauty, and exciting, interesting are components that fold directly into this. Well, let's take a look at the neurological factors that go into these very intuitive reactions and how these two examples, one exciting and one beautiful, exemplify opposing forces that all designers have to deal with. Next slide. Here is a cross-section diagram of a typical brain. Most neuroscientists segment the brain into three major regions that make up our neural network. First is the brain stem at the base of our cranium and at the top of our spine. Then there is the midbrain, which is immediately adjacent and, as the name implies, in the center of our brain. Well, these two regions equal the ancient brain that evolved with humankind over, some believe, 500 million years. This is the brain that our ancestors lived with as they evolved on the eastern plains of Africa, known as the savanna. What's important for today's talk is to know that the ancient brain is the center of emotions, and that emotional thought happens subliminally without us even being aware of it. Well, then wrapping over the ancient brain is the third segment, known as the modern brain, and it's believed to have evolved in the most recent 200,000 years. Well, what's important to know about the modern brain is that it is the center of rational thought and feelings. Well, thus, to explain the diagram on the screen, emotions happen instinctually and subliminally in the ancient brain, And it isn't until the modern brain is activated that we are aware that the emotion is even occurring. And that awareness is known as a feeling. And that's the first step in understanding how beauty factors into our health and well-being. Next slide. Now, here is a very important set of facts. Our brain processes a staggering 11 million bits of information per second, and these bits, upon arrival, are immediately filtered into two categories. And those categories are survival and pleasure. Of those 11 million bits, 95% of them are processed subliminally without our awareness. That is below our conscious awareness. Clearly, our ancient brain is making our lives possible by attempting constantly protect us and to make it possible to experience pleasure in our lives. Next slide. So let's refer back to the two rooms just highlighted and the words we use to describe each room, exciting and beautiful. Well, it turns out that exciting and beautiful are feelings that are the result of neurological inputs that are genetically encoded into our neuroarchitecture due to our evolutionary history. And these feelings are related to the two essential emotions of life. Mike, you may have to double click on the next set of slides to bring up the graphic. And the emotions, the fundamental emotions of life are survival and pleasure. At the most fundamental level, humankind is genetically predisposed to seek two things, survival and pleasure. Every day, our bodies process billions of actions without us even knowing it. And all of them are geared towards these two goals. An amazing 95% of all actions processed by our brains are intuitive and subliminal, and all are geared to the emotions of survival and pleasure. Well, there are two really important feelings, and this really is especially applicable to interior design, important feelings that result from emotions of survival and pleasure. And that is avoid and approach. A good example of these feelings are, I imagine each one of you have said at one time or another, you know, I just don't feel like going there anymore. I don't know why. I just don't. Or conversely, I love going there. It's hard to put into words. I just love it there. Well, these are subconscious emotions becoming feelings related to survival and pleasure. Well, this brings me to another neurological concept important to this talk. Neuroscientists have determined that our brains specialize in pattern recognition. This is how you process visual patterns all day, every day. And this has to do with millions of years of our evolution. As Nikos Salingaros has theorized, those of our ancestors on the savannah where humankind evolved who most readily recognized repeating patterns were the ones who survived. Seeking to be efficient, our brains refer to past events to predict the consequences of the patterns you encounter every minute of every day. And those patterns always fall into the categories of survival and pleasure. And we're going to carry this all the way through today's talk. Well, now taking this another step deeper, let's look at how this neurological processing works. We've been focusing on subliminal neurological processing, and the brain has to have inputs to process. And those are provided by our nervous system. And because the discussion is dealing with subliminal processing, then it is the autonomic nervous system that we're dealing with. And the autonomic nervous system is made up of two very important and inseparable streams of information. Those are sympathetic and parasympathetic inputs, and these streams of information directly affect our health and sense of well-being, both positively and negatively, which will lead us to the core issue when discussing balanced design. Next slide. So building on the concepts we've already discussed, which are sympathetic inputs are considered avoidance survival inputs, and they align with exciting. And conversely, parasympathetic inputs are considered approach pleasure inputs, and they align with beauty, as shown in this graphic. Well, and most importantly, to be aware of, every space you interact with creates these subliminal nervous system inputs, resulting in health and well-being consequences. Here's a quick summary of those health and well-being consequences. Regarding sympathetic inputs, they're called sympathetic because these inputs are sympathetic to the fact that all bodily functions and resources should temporarily be diverted to the muscle groups that will enable survival. Thus, survival systems are at peak activation during a sympathetic event. Additionally, a sympathetic event, non-essential systems are diminished, including reproduction, your immune system, and cell repair. This type of event is known as fight or flight or fight or freeze reaction. So many characteristics of a sympathetic event are stress and anxiety, which align with survival and avoidance. And the two primary hormones released during this type of event are adrenaline, to activate the systems necessary for survival, and cortisol is released to slow down non-survival systems. This type of event initiates raised heart rate, elevated blood pressure, and narrows your mental focus. And research has shown that stress also affects our DNA and longevity of life. So sympathetic inputs not only make us feel ill, but they are a downward pull on our general health and sense of well-being. Now, regarding the more positive side here, this is about pleasure and approach, known as rest and relaxation. This is parasympathetic inputs. It's also rest and digest. Characteristics are calming, stress relieving, feeling a sense of well-being. The primary hormones released are endorphins, which are the feel-good hormones, and dopamine and oxytocin. This type of event initiates, lowers your heart rate, lowers your blood pressure, optimizes critical functions in immunity, optimizes cell repair, and activates multiple lobes in the brain simultaneously, which is when insight and intuition happens. And this also creates a great sense of health and well-being. For those of you who practice meditation, it's parasympathetic inputs that you're seeking to access during a meditation session. So parasympathetic inputs not only make us feel well, they boost the general state of our health. Well, here are some examples I'm going to run through pretty quickly. Next slide. Here's an architectural image that contains both pattern types, both sympathetic and parasympathetic, an approach geometric pattern combined with an avoidance geometric pattern to create an overall incoherent pattern. Because of the general incoherence, your brain likely doesn't know how to categorize this. Incidentally, the extended processing required to categorize this image is known as stress, resulting in a sympathetic response. And as just outlined, it diminishes your health. We'll also notice how the avoidance pattern of the new construction overwhelms the approach pattern of the original building as your subconscious attempts to identify and categorize this form. Here's another image that contains both approach patterns and avoidance patterns as well. Well, normally a table full of food and wine and cheese in a meadow adjacent to a body of water would be an approach pattern, yet the lightning has turned this into an avoidance pattern. Here, the survival instinct dominates over the approach instinct. The purpose of showing these last two images is to show how the avoidance survival instinct overwhelms the approach instinct. Neuroscientists theorize that the avoidance survival instinct is actually 5 to 7 times stronger than the approach pleasure instinct. Why? Because nature prepares us first for survival and with pleasure taking a second position. Returning to the room I showed you earlier, this is a good example of the avoidance reaction overriding the approach reaction. There is some approachable geometry here arranged in a modified pattern, but the overall geometry is unrecognizable, creating a stressful sympathetic reaction. Remember the picnic table with the lightning in the background? This composition has the same makeup. A few parasympathetic inputs are completely dominated by stress-inducing sympathetic inputs. Concisely, this room would not be good for the occupant's long-term health and well-being. Okay, next slide. And then returning to the other room I featured, this room is filled with patterns we recognize. This room is sending a continuous stream of parasympathetic inputs and successfully avoids generating any sympathetic inputs. Soft light, recognizable geometry, flowers, and water, all of these elements send approach pleasure signals. Concisely, this room would be good for the occupant's long-term health and well-being. And spending time in this room is very similar to a meditation session. Well, this information led us to look into biology and psychology. A healthy nervous system achieves balance when the flow of stress and pleasure inputs is in balance. It's known as homeostasis, which is defined as the nervous system continual effort to maintain balance, coherence, and well-being within the body and mind. So homeostasis plays an important role in our biological lives. A life that's all stressful is out of balance, as we know. Likewise, a life that's all pleasure is equally out of balance. You have to have both inputs present because stress makes us stronger and pleasure mitigates the negative components of stress. It's literally a balancing act where one input complements the other. So that is the biological definition of homeostasis, and we've already shown that how our biological responses relate to design patterns, which leads us to this image. Apply the same balance.
Hold on, Don. Am I in tune with you right now?
Do you have the circle with the design up on this in the center?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Applying the same balance between sympathetic and parasympathetic to design, we have this diagram indicating the importance of the utilization of design patterns that generate both sympathetic and parasympathetic reactions. Concisely, this advocates that it is essential that both exciting and beautiful elements be combined in a design to achieve the proper balance to reinforce health and well-being. Now, keep in mind, as discussed earlier, sympathetic inputs are much stronger than parasympathetic, so it doesn't take many of those inputs to properly balance the equation. Now, here's an important set of numbers to remember. It's basically the 80-20 rule. 80% rest and relaxation and pleasure patterns, and 20% exciting, curiosity, survival patterns equals the proper balance. This is how you achieve balance in your design, by composing with survival and pleasure patterns in a proportion that humankind has evolved with over hundreds of millions of years. That is what we mean by balanced design. Now I'm going to move on to a definition of beauty.
Next slide, Don.
Yes, please. This definition builds directly on the concepts I've discussed: survival avoidance inputs and pleasure approach inputs. It is fundamentally a three-step process that we go through to call something beautiful. First, the brain contains chemicals that create an appetite for pleasure, and this fuels the mind's eagerness to seek or to search for new experiences. This is known as curiosity. If your curiosity should uncover a pattern that is recognizable and supports a pleasure approach reaction, then this leads to step 2, anticipation. And this is when something called the mesolimbic reward pathway in our ancient brain is activated. Well, this results in the release of several chemicals, including serotonin, dopamine, and endorphins, into our bloodstream, resulting in a feeling of well-being. Well, that leads to step 3, which is the feeling of pleasure. And that feeling of pleasure results in the proclamation, "It's beautiful." It's not a single cycle, though, it's circular. Should the image be rich in multiple patterns, then you will go through the cycle again, and the result is, oh, well, it's really beautiful. And if you go through the cycle again, that's incredibly beautiful. And then again, unbelievable. And finally, I'm at a loss for words, because at that point, your system is so full of endorphins that support your well-being that you don't frankly know how to process it. To quote Professor Harry Francis Mulgrave, beauty is a neurological activity, an urge for and feeling of pleasure emanating from the brain's lowest or most primal reaches. Concisely, beauty is a physical reaction to patterns that we recognize as being pleasurable. Okay, next slide. I know that you all are committed to creating beauty. This is such important work you are doing, more important than you might realize. You are literally supporting and improving the overall health of society and your clients as well. Well, here's something I think you'll like to hear. When a client says your work is beautiful, you should be aware that you are improving their health and well-being at that very instance, and you are possibly extending the length of their lives. Okay, next slide. It's a powerful message that neuroscience is delivering. Architecture can positively impact our health and well-being by incorporating balanced design concepts and beauty into our projects. And this message is thrusting architects and designers into a profoundly important new role as the leaders of the health and well-being movement worldwide, as evidenced by the quote on the screen. Next slide. Now I'm going to show you some examples of designs that register a balanced nervous system response and discuss why. As mentioned earlier, our brains are pattern recognizing machines. It is the brain's way of efficiently categorizing and processing the vast amounts of information it's presented with. The environments we design today are being interpreted by a brain whose deepest systems were shaped hundreds of millions of years ago. As neuroarchitect Ann Sussman says, the brains and bodies we come into the world with are not expecting to see buildings. We're expecting to live in the wild. Well, there are some important patterns we are born knowing due to our evolutionary history. And there are 3 patterns. The first one is biophilic patterns from nature, known as fractals, and I think you're going to hear quite a bit about that today. And then biomorphic patterns, forms that evoke living organisms, and especially curvatures and angles from the human body. And architecture and design is full of millions of examples where the typology of the human body is used for architectural design. And then the third pattern type, and this is really an important one, is bilateral symmetrical facial pattern, known as the 3x3 or 9 square, and also sometimes referred to as the figural primitive. Important to note, these patterns never change, and they never will. They are truly timeless, and are universally common to humankind. Well, the examples I'm presenting now will touch on these three pattern types as a mechanism for creating efficient and balanced neurological processing in your designs. Each example will have varying degrees of these patterns. Okay, Mike, next. This should be the garden image.
Yep.
And it all starts with nature and the concept of biophilic design, otherwise known as biophilia, which is defined as the love of living things. This picture is a set of patterns that humankind evolved with over millions of years. As a result, recognition of the minute patterns included here and became embedded in our neuroarchitecture and were passed down from generation to generation, forming a common set of pleasure, beauty responses. The image includes passive water, scented flowers, soft natural groundscape, a field of muted, coherent colors with color accents, and interesting patterns overhead, plus filtered sunlight. The overall effect is of organized complexity and coherence, with embedded symmetries and fractals. Also of particular importance is the occasional strong punch of color, which adds in satisfying our need for interest and curiosity, which again, scientists think should be a ratio of 1 to 5 in the visual field, with the smaller component being the unique elements. And finally, all of this is protected by a tree canopy, which some evolutionary scientists believe is humankind's first habitat. The image also includes patterns at a large scale, medium scale, and small scale. This is a very important aspect of this, as that blend allows our brains to function and exercise efficiently. All of these components blended together equals a balanced and restful environment. Okay, next, Mike. Well, here's another pattern from nature, and it's the beauty of a broad view. This is another coherent pattern that humankind evolved with. It's a pleasure-inducing pattern due to our evolutionary history. When our ancestors came upon a view of this type, they could relax because they knew this environment was bountiful and safe to raise their offspring in. Once again, we are born knowing this. Okay, next slide. Well, here's a room that is composed using the 3x3 bilateral symmetrical pattern on each wall and the ceiling. The skylights add soft filtered light similar to a forest, and the wood floor grounds the room, while the furniture brings in some soft curvatures. And of course, the inside-out quality of the glass wall highlights the biophilic effect. Next slide. This room is a great example of using the 3x3 bilateral pattern to compose the wall elevations, then bringing in soft curves at the ceiling, soft colors on the furniture, and very dynamic patterns on the floor and window to create a sense of unique curiosity and beauty. Next slide, please. This room is planned around a 3x3 grid on walls and in plan. The ceiling has unique details. There are moments of curiosity with the colors and the fabrics, and the furniture brings in some curvatures, and the floor acts as a wood base with a textured area rug. And then, of course, the inside-out feeling of seeing the wall of greenery and biophilic fractals beyond. All of this works together to form a composition that balances our nervous system to create a beautiful and balanced room. Next slide. Here we have an example of a 3x3 pattern with a focus on the primal pattern, upper left, upper right, and bottom center, which is seen here as the two chimneys and the center door. Also note the natural materials to walk on and the wall surface. And finally, here the trees add a fractal component to soften the overall geometry. This elevation is sending a strong pleasure approach set of signals. Next. Here, similar to strong overhead tree branches, the ceiling interest is accentuated, then visually supported by curvatures and natural floor materials. Also, the inside-out transparency once again allows the biophilic effect to add to the composition, which includes flowers on the counter as well. Next slide. This example highlights the contemporary use of light to create interest in the ceiling, while the biomorphic arches bring a sense of coherence and comprehension to the space. Also note the natural materials on the floor and the usage of plant materials. This is a great balanced yet unique space. Next. Well, this space makes stunning use of biomorphic curvatures, plus the utilization of natural materials for the flooring that solidifies the design of the room. And plus they add in soft sunlight coming in from above. Next slide. Here's a dramatic example of utilizing a broad view to anchor the design of a room around. Again, a view of this type induces a pleasure reaction, which relaxes the viewer, creating a balance of their nervous system. Next slide. This room has great detail overhead, is organized around a 3x3 composition, has moments of curiosity that don't overwhelm the room, has curvatures interjected into the design, and biophilic fractals included in the art and fabric. Finally, a natural floor that is overlaid with a natural fiber rug grounds the entire room. This room is unique, restful, and clearly a comfortable and balanced space to spend time in. And finally, here's the last slide. This is a more contemporary example that exhibits the same characteristics. Bilateral symmetry is used to compose the art wall. The art and fabrics ignite your curiosity. There are rounded shapes in the space, and there is interest at the ceiling and filtered light to soften the space. Finally, the wood floor grounds the entire idea, adding authentic biophilic quality to counter the smooth surfaces. Again, this is a balanced space that would be good for your health and good to spend time in. So on the screen is a summary of 10 points that I've touched on. I'm not going to go through each one of them. I've already talked about most of them. If you want to take a screenshot of that, it'd be helpful for you to refer back to. In closing, I'm going to say science is pointing the way to understanding the emotion of beauty and its importance in creating balanced design. We should use this knowledge to better our world. Our clients' health and well-being will be the better for it. I'd like to note I've only spoken about the visual patterns today due to our time. Our other senses are really quite important as well, and they'll have to show up in another talk. So as Mike mentioned, I wrote a book about this titled Beauty, Neuroscience, and Architecture, and also produced a movie titled Built Beautiful. And I'd like to say thank you to Mike. What an honor it is to be included with the speakers you have assembled. These are exceptional professionals, and their collective wisdom is just remarkable. I think overall it's going to be a really great day. Well, that concludes the presentation, and I want to wish all of you the very best. And thank you for joining me today. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Don, very much. I want to say, Don touched on a couple of things that I want to follow up on. He was talking so much about the unconscious mind, and Eric Kandel is a Nobel Prize winner of physiology, is quoted saying, all of our conscious thoughts and actions are unconscious first. And that's a really important thing for designers to remember, because it's roughly the first 3 seconds that we're experiencing something new, whether it be visual or tactile. but our unconscious mind is in control for those first 3 or 4 seconds. So the question is, are we designing for that unconscious mind? And it's just it's rhetorical, but more importantly, we need to recognize that, we could go through life without a conscious thought. And this whole idea of unconscious thoughts is very, very important. The other thing Don was alluding to, talking about the evolutionary influence, and Nigel Nicholson is a noted scholar out of the United Kingdom who says you can take the person out of the Stone Age, but you can't take the Stone Age out of the person. We are who we were. And to better understand our needs today, we need to better understand who we have been. So I just wanted to throw those thoughts in and ask and invite any questions. I'm going to open up my chat now to see if there are any questions. Robin Fisher is saying, Don, thank you, Don. Would you further explain the 1-to-5 ratio?
So basically, yes, it's 80% rest and relaxation or approachable geometries or colors, and then 20% of curiosity, uniqueness. And so if you'll take your elevation that you're primarily concerned with and divide it up into a grid and just try to assign rest and relaxation colors and patterns to 80% of that grid, then you're going to be in the ballpark to creating a properly balanced design. And, swing it over the other way and just ask yourself, well, if it was 80% all exciting and curiosity, would this be a good room to spend time in? And you might want to spend a short amount of time, but then your brain becomes overwhelmed with all the processing that it takes to take on all of that curiosity and interest. And so you'll eventually want to pick yourself up and move out of the room because your brain doesn't like the stress. So just use a grid idea and try to appoint about 80% of the grid to rest and relaxation, approachable patterns.
Okay, we're getting some nice compliments, Don. Thank you. Loved it, Don. Great presentation, Don. Thank you. But Megan Mitchell wants to hear that Stone Age quote again. And it's from Nigel Nicholson, a psychologist in the United Kingdom, who says you can take the person out of the Stone Age, but you can't take the Stone Age out of the person. Essentially confirming that we are who we have been. And to better understand who we are today, we need to better understand our evolutionary inheritance.
Mike, let me add something to that. So if you overlay our evolution over 500 million years onto a 365-day calendar, we have lived with the modern brain, the rational, executive thinking brain, for the last 2 minutes of December 31st. The rest of that year, every minute and second, what has been the evolution of the ancient brain. So that's what Mike is referring to here in that quote from Mr. Nicholson, that we have far, far more experience with living with the ancient brain than we do with modern brain processing.
Megan Mitchell is also asking, is there any difference that happens with neurodivergent people regarding overwhelm and stimulation?
Well, yes. And, there's lots of discussion recently about how AI is going to take over interior design and architecture. And, this whole notion of balanced design, it's up to the designers to find the balance. And, the 80-20 is a general rule, but you may have to be more like 95. If you have neurodivergent client, you may be more on the 95% of rest and relaxation, and 5% curiosity because the neurodivergent population tends to process things more acutely and easily are overwhelmed. So, the value of interior designers is still intact. I don't care what they say about AI. Scale and proportion and balance are still the root reasons that our professions exist.
All right. Are there any other questions for Don? Don, I appreciate it very much. It's always a pleasure to hear you and listen to you. And I
Thank
always
you.
get something extra. I've heard the presentation more than a couple times, but it's funny. And I just want to repeat, Don is the reason that I'm involved with this whole subject matter. I mean, he changed the arc of my career from back in 2015, and I've come to love this subject, and it's the reason I get up every morning. So, Don,
Okay.
thank you very much, and we're still getting a bunch of thank you. I have your book. That's from Susan in Sweden. Wonderful presentation from Lisa in Oahu, where it's still pretty early in the morning.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah. So,
Have some coffee. So
yeah.
it's
Thank you,
good.
Don. And so listen, everybody, the plan for today is that at 12:30, we're going to come back. It's 12:20 right now. At 12:30, we're going to come back and I'm going to open up the microphones. And again, it's an experiment. We're going to try to have each person talk one at a time. But let's come back in 10 minutes and get your good ideas. You can ask more questions of each other. You have a field of 30 some. We had 40 people sign up for this, and we're locked into about 31 right now. So prepare your questions, get ready to give us some good ideas, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay.
Well, everybody, I'm back, and this is hey, Jennifer Smiga. I can actually start there for everyone. Several months ago, I was introduced to Jennifer, and who helped me with the October event at High Point Market. And it was so successful. Her work was so successful that I'm working with her now, and she is doing all of my digital marketing, my social media. So I would say to all of you, any of you, if you have any needs at all, her company is called Ultraviolet Agency, and her team is just terrific. And I'm not just blowing smoke. I mean, she has made quite a bit of difference, and easy to work with most of the time. And I would just say, if you have any needs at all in terms of SEO, digital marketing, do reach out to Jen. She's terrific. And again, she has a great team. So does anybody have any thoughts that you want to share? Let me start. Is Susan Martin-Wall from Sweden on right now?
Yes, I am.
I saw in your notes that you have Don's book.
Yeah.
And you want to talk about that just for a minute, because it was so important to me. And I just wanted to see how you feel about his book.
Oh, yes. Actually, I have it here. Here it is. So, yeah, I think it was a very beautiful book, and it was you who recommended it for me. Since I am writing a book right now in Swedish about interior health. So I I really found this book interesting, and I learned a lot. And I also listened to Don before, so yeah. I don't think that I can say anything better than he already did, but it's a very interesting book. And always when I read books, I do notes, so it's actually full of notes.
Yeah, what I like about Don's book is that Beauty, Neuroscience, and Architecture is that it's also a personal journey
Yeah.
of his life, how he got started, what motivated him, and then he weaves in the science and the academics so beautifully. And you're right, the book, my book has dozens of post-its. It's too pretty a book to highlight, so I don't want to mess up the pages. So anyway, yeah, and
True.
his documentary, Built Beautiful, is really a video interpretation of his book. So if you have a moment, it's an hour long, and if you have a moment, do look it up on YouTube and the other streaming channels.
Yeah,
So
and actually, he created, I think it's his architecture. It's a building, it's a house in the end of the book, and it's so beautiful. So that's my dream house to build on Mallorca one day.
that would be nice.
Yeah.
So, any other thoughts from anybody? What challenges are you facing out in the marketplace as it relates to this subject matter? What good things have you done recently in using this subject matter? Anybody want to cough up some ideas?
Hi, I'm actually happy to chat. My name is Robin Fisher, and I actually stopped practicing design a few years ago. I am now full-time faculty at Portland Community College in Portland, Oregon. And
And Robin is an ardent follower of what we're doing. Thank you, Robin.
yes, thank you. Well, it's been great. So we actually started a class last year, all on neuroaesthetics and biophilia and sustainability. And we really talk more about the psychology of really getting more into how our clients are really more of the things that they're not telling us in design, in how we're applying all of these concepts and into our classrooms. So it's been really interesting. We're very lucky in that we have the Portland Airport, which I'm not sure if you guys have even seen pictures of it, but it's now considered the most beautiful airport in the entire world. And that's not just me, a Portlander, saying this, but it's all was built with Terrapin came out and
Yeah.
helped to design the entire space. So it's amazing. But your concepts of neuroaesthetics are being really embraced by our students. And we're now we will be graduating our second year of students who've been actually studying these concepts. So we're very happy with your program, Mike, and everything that you do. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that, and you just struck a nerve. If you ever want to have a presentation, we can do it. We can do it either online or I can come out. As you may have heard when I first started today, I talked about how we really want to talk to more and more universities and colleges. I did an online presentation to Syracuse University. I did it online because it was in the middle of January. And getting into Syracuse at that time of year was very hard. So we ended up doing it online and not in person.
Well, Mike, I'd love to talk with you about having you come out. And that way you get to go see the airport too. So actually we do, ZGF Architecture does a tour for our students every year, and it's really outstanding. Some of the things that they've done is just incredible.
I'd love to do that. And
So
the
we'll
other
talk.
airport that is noted around the world is the Singapore airport. And Singapore is interesting. They consider themselves the city in a garden, and their building codes require the use of biophilic design. So it's amazing to see what is happening in Singapore. And by the way, Robin just mentioned Terrapin Bright Green, and it was Bill Browning who went out to Portland. And Bill is part of our faculty on the certification program. He and Katie Orion teach 2 classes on biophilic design. and they have an excellent book called Nature Inside that is published by Terrapin Bright Green. So just if you're interested in that subject, that's a great book. Another one is Nature by Design by Stephen Kellert. So two books to consider that will really help you on understanding the biophilic design. You know, you brought up sustainability, and I want to just touch on this subject, not to create a harsh conversation, but there's a conversation happening in the world of science as it relates to sustainability and beauty. And one of the architects of this discussion is Lance Hosey, who is the author of The Shape of Green. And in his book, his first 2 or 3 chapters, he talks about the relationship between sustainability and beauty. Essentially, are they compatible? And the answer is generally yes. But does essentially one trump the other? And the answer is yes. Beauty trumps sustainability. And to keep it simple, he talks about how you can build a sofa, and you can build the sofa out of all the right materials, very green, very sustainable. But if the sofa is ugly, it's not sustainable. So just think about that. That's how important the concept of beauty really is.
Well, the idea is we save beauty. We
Yes.
save beauty, yes.
All right, some other thoughts or questions? This is the open mic time.
Actually,
Next
I
MIC.
have one.
Okay,
Yeah. The tool NDIX, the Neurodesign Index. Do you think that, or anybody else here, think that that actually genuinely could change the industry, or will it be treated like a secondary thing compared to like cost and efficiency? Or will that index actually be a help for real?
if you want to explain it a little more, Susan, because we may have some people on the call right now that are not familiar with it.
Yeah, but the Neurodesign Index, I think it's also under development right now. It's a collaboration between RISE and the university in London, and they are developing an index where you actually can measure how the brain reacts on different spaces. So if anybody here know more about it, that would be very interesting, or if anybody used it in their work.
How about it, everybody? Have you used this index?
Never heard of it. Thank you for sharing it.
I think
Yeah.
that's the case. Yes, Susan, I think that is the case over here. That it may not, the awareness may not be there yet.
Yeah, it's RISE is a Swedish research institution, and they are having the collaboration with London, actually the university in London, where they have a very big research department for neurodesign. Super interesting. So yeah.
So, Susan, we have Lisa Singh saying would love to know more. Where can the designers learn more about this index?
Yeah, I'm actually also in the beginning of this, but like RISE, the Swedish research institution, have information about it, or maybe I can send some link to you, Mike, and you can
Yes.
forward it. And I also was in contact with Isabelle Sjövall, who is a very famous researcher here in Scandinavia, at least, and she might also can give me more information about it.
Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't you send me that link? And I always do a follow-up email the next day along with the link to the recording. And so
Yeah.
if you send me the link, I'll include that in the email that I send to everybody.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So do we have any, let me fill some airtime here. Do we have any designers on the call who have been certified in the science and design? Anybody want to talk about it other than Susan? I know she's been certified.
I'm
Anybody
certified
want to
too. I'm
Yes.
certified too.
Mike, did you maybe announce to everyone that on LinkedIn, we now have the ability to, I will drop it into the chat. You can add that you were certified in science and design on your LinkedIn profile. There is now the ability to link to, I'll send that to you, to the page. So for anyone who does want to do that, note that you're certified. You just connect with this link, like you basically add this in as your certification. If that's helpful for you all. I know it was asked in the past, so we did set this up. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's all right. So for the designers who have been certified, do you have any thoughts that you want to share about the program and what it's meant to you? Danette, do you want to come on and talk openly?
Okay. hold
Hello,
on.
Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Okay. Hi. It was an incredible experience. You can take it at your own pace, so you can go as fast or as slow as you want, depending upon how quickly you want to move through it. You can also rewatch the videos in case you pass the test, but you can still go back and rewatch it just to maybe take deeper notes and just to get more of a thorough understanding. But what I love about this is I come from a holistic background, and so where I've got several certifications in different types of inner healing work and healing work, working with the human emotions and experience. And so I would always bring in what I would call holistic design, which it is. But what I love about science and design certification is that it truly backs up scientifically everything that people know, but don't know, but feel and understand. And it's just very, very powerful. And it's given me a lot of words and that I can use in ways to present things, but I was doing intuitively. Now I can do it with science behind me. And so it's really been a huge impact. And people are so receptive to understanding and learning more. It's just incredible. So I highly encourage anyone who has any interest to fully dive in and go for it, and then stay connected as much and as often as you can, because there's so much information that will just be completely life transforming. So I wish you all the very best, and I hope you do it.
Thank you, Danette. And if there's one word I hear after designers have completed the course, it's the word validated. And just as Danette just said, we intuitively know that we help people feel good in their rooms and in their homes. But we've gone so much further now than feel good. We can actually document and substantiate the fact that we're helping them with their health. And so the word you will definitely feel validated, and frankly more self-assured, and very likely more confident in the way you talk about design and the health benefits of beauty. Now, I also want to say that I don't know where Jen went, but I think she's still here. But Jen and her team, excuse me, Jen and her team helped me build 2 pillar pages on the Science and Design website. And, the goal was to have the website start to be more of a library for all of you, so that you could turn to the website at any time if you have a question on the 2 pillar pages are neuroaesthetics, and the other is biophilia. So if you have a question at any time on any of those subjects, those 2 pages are exhaustive. The copy team and the art director, Molly Green, worked together so well to create a beautiful, heavy in content couple of pages. So when you get a minute.
To add to that, Mike, it's all source science and design content. So it's from Mike's past webinars, from academia, from his partners, his instructors. So any of the information in there is science and design curriculum or feedback. So it's not fluff. So it's all content that you can feel
Yeah.
good about sharing and also aligning yourself with.
Now, in the neuroaesthetics page, we also developed something called the Client Conversation Guide. And what it is essentially is that I hear a lot from designers that they struggle a little bit in how to talk about these big words like neuroaesthetics and biophilia and now the new word salutogenic. And so inside the Client Conversation Guide, you have multiple scenarios that they address that will help you in your programming stage of, especially your programming stage of your meetings with your clients. On the biophilic page, we have just added the biophilia implementation guide. So some things to, steps and principles to think about as you're inputting, as you're applying biophilic principles into the design process. So it's rich with content and guidance and support. So I invite all of you to go ahead and take a look at it. Okay, any other thoughts, guys? Richard Taylor doesn't come on until 1:30 Eastern time, so we have another 40 minutes to fill here. So you don't want me to start singing to fill the airtime. Maureen.
Mike, this is Maureen Lowell.
Yeah.
I am science and design certified. And let me just see if I can turn on a camera. I guess not. So I love the program. I believe it is the future of our industry. I think it's really important to explain to people why they feel the way they do in a certain space and how an interior designer and an architect can really help them to accentuate the good and really try to bring nature indoors and the different ways and the different elements that we can do to do that. I was just listening yesterday to a podcast from WGSN, which is a forecasting company that I follow, and they were talking about the future of retail. And they were saying how retail very much has moved towards something where the high-end retailers in particular are trying to give people an experience. And that's been important over the last many years. But now it's really changing to how can they give their clients a real positive experience that's going to impact them in the future. And one of the examples they used was you go into the store to buy a pair of shoes and you have your foot analyzed by a special machine that's going to give you the exact most comfortable shoe for the purpose in which you want to wear it, so that the benefit to you goes on and on as every time you wear that shoe, for example, that it's not just a sales experience necessarily, but somehow benefits you. And I think that's what we can bring to the table with our understanding of how physically we react to these things, how we react to them unconsciously, and how we can change the environment for the better.
Yeah, I at the April market, the HFA, the Home Furnishings Association, which is the retail arm of the home furnishings industry, invited me to speak to a group of retailers, and the subject matter was just kind of so novel to them, to create a space that actually made you feel calm and comfortable. Buying furniture for the typical consumer is stressful. They worry so much about putting an 88-inch sofa in an 82-inch space. And it too often, things like that too often happen. And so we talked to them about how it's so important to think about the neuroaesthetics, the impact of the immediate environment, that we need to calm these customers when they come into the store. And so I'm actually looking to do a session with Lynn Falk, who runs Retail Works out of Wisconsin, to do something with her at October Market. And she's a specialist in retail showroom design, and particularly using biophilic principles to create a space that promoted good decision making. So maybe we'll watch for that, and I'll be announcing something later on.
And Mike, can I add to that? This is Jennifer Walsh. So I
Hi.
love that we're talking about retail because, of course, this is my favorite, my favorite thing to chat about. But also that you're talking about the employees' health is really maximized because they're the ones in that space for 8 hours a day. So just like being in an office, it's really how do we highlight and take care of our employees and our staff because they're on the front lines, so that way they can better sell the products and therefore educate and so on. So I just want to chime in and say that as well.
Yeah, in my basic presentation, what Jennifer just said is really important. In my basic presentation, I show examples of headquarters of major industry leaders like Amazon, like Apple, like Microsoft, and Etsy in Brooklyn. All of those companies, like many others, their headquarters workplace is 100% biophilic. Like with Apple, every workstation has access to natural sunlight and to greenery. In Etsy's case, the workstations are literally hanging cocoons from the ceiling. And so these major headquarters and major industry leaders are using the concepts of neuroaesthetics and biophilia to improve creativity, productivity, which then improves profitability. And it helps them retain their employees in a highly competitive market that they're in. Now, let me add one other thing, and I just want to share from a personal perspective. I've been doing this now for 8 or 9 years, and the biggest challenge I have today, and I mean the momentum and the size and the growth of science and design has been really rewarding. But the biggest challenge I have right now is how do I get the word out to talk to more and more people? And so I would invite any of you, all of you, if you're associated with an organization, an ASID chapter, an IDS chapter, and they're looking for a speaker, or you can suggest a speaker, I'll go anywhere at any time to help get this word out. And so if you would keep that in mind, I would appreciate it. And again, a reminder for the schools, the colleges, I love talking to the kids. I mean, I just love it. I mean, they go starry-eyed by the end of the presentation because it's not really being taught in schools yet. They are teaching biophilic design, but the whole concept of understanding the importance of the immediate environment and the gravity and the importance of the designer's role that they're going to be fulfilling kind of opens their eyes and to help them understand just how important their work is going to be in the future. So if you have any of those connections, please reach out to me, mike@scienceanddesign.com, and I'll be glad to talk to you about it. Okay, who else? What else?
Not a question really, but I was just I'm interested in I'm interested in helping neurodiverse families for starters. I'm an interior designer, and that's how I came to this is by generally wanting to have reduce the cognitive load of residential spaces, not retail spaces. And I had an idea that was to do some sort of post-occupancy evaluation work. Has that come up as part of, I'm thinking of this as in health terms, you do your physical therapy for 6 months, or you do your design project, everything gets set up. But then there's sort of a gap where you don't really, I'm almost wondering if anyone does sort of a checkup, a design, you go back in and you tweak a few things 6 months later, a year later, if that's a model that anyone's using.
I think William Browning is using that model.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
William Browning, and Mike, maybe you can speak more to that. He's
it-
going in and evaluating how the spaces affect people, not necessarily neurodivergent, but I think they're going back and looking at the changes in productivity and um, retention and those types of things.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with any studies on neurodivergency, but I do know there was a study done several years ago in Europe of about 15,000 employees who, let me get the details right here. They studied employees who had great access to greenery and biophilic design and others that did not. And there was a significant increase in creativity, productivity, and they were able to relate it to a significant increase in profitability as well. That's one study that I'm familiar with, but in terms of what Bill Browning is doing specifically, I don't know. But if he's doing post-occupancy kinds of studies, I'm going to reach out to him. Bill's a good friend. I'll reach out to him and see what he's doing, and it may end up being in one of my monthly newsletters coming up. And by the way, speaking of that, are you all subscribing to the monthly newsletter we send out? If not, just go to the website and sign in, and you'll start getting it. I usually send it out the first week of every month.
Thanks.
Jennifer, Jen Smiga, do you see that note from Susan? Jen Smiga, are you still on with us? To Susan, I think if you go into Science and Design Community in LinkedIn, I think that may help. And Sharon wants to say something. Sharon, go ahead. Sharon T. You just popped up on my screen.
Hello?
Yes, Sharon?
I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Somehow your name popped up on my screen. I thought you did.
Sorry, no.
Well, any other thoughts, anybody?
Well-
This is your open mic time.
Hi, Mike. It's Lisa. I
Hey,
have
Lisa.
a thought. Hi. So I was so intrigued about Don's first part of his presentation when he was talking about the brain and basically like our archaic memory. Is archaic memory the term he used, or am I just imagining that? Because
I
it
think
is
he
like,
mentioned, I think he said ancient brain.
oh, ancient brain. Okay, thank you. I wanted to remember what that term was because a lot of times in my client presentations, I well, prior to their actual presentation, I talk a lot about what makes them happy and, ask them to recall memories and of places and times and events that induced a sense of calm and peace and happiness and satisfaction. And then I asked them to send me pictures of what of those things that help remind them. And um, in the end, those pictures communicate to me so clearly about what I need to incorporate in the design that in it, eventually they just sign off on the whole thing without even realizing that I'm just tapping into that memory of theirs. And so, bringing it back to Don's presentation, I was like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense that ancient brain of ours is like, when he talked about the timeline and the 365 days and our present memory just is like 2 minutes of December 31st, and our ancient brain is like the consumption of the entire year. I just thought that was so fascinating because how that memory is so ingrained, and it's like literally part of the DNA, and we don't understand it because it's unconscious, but then it brings about feelings. And um my brain just lit up when he was talking about that, because again, it's all very, it just like validates everything that I was naturally doing even before I heard about science and design. So I just wanted to make that comment and, thank Don after the fact that, that he speaks so clearly about the science, and I'm just really grateful and thankful for all of it.
Well, thank you for saying that, Lisa. One of the things I say in my presentation is that this whole subject has become so profound to me that I've realized over the last several years that we're all in the middle of this big R&D experiment, that we are the sum of the aggregate of all who have been before us in the millions and millions and millions of years. And we are contributing to who we will be in the millions of years ahead. I mean, look at that timeline and realize, how short a stay we have on this earth, and how important it is, for me anyway, how important it is to contribute, to give, and to truly make a difference, and in the time that we have. And this whole study of realizing, the timeline of the human being over hundreds of millions of years is fascinating. It's very profound, and daunting in some ways.
Hi,
Linda,
Mike. It's
hi.
Robbie. Oh,
Go ahead, Robbie.
sorry to, yeah. So I actually have a question. So I am, as you know, science and design certified.
Yes.
And I will actually have the opportunity in October. So I'm based in London, for people that don't know. So I will have the opportunity to talk about neuroaesthetic at Decorex, which is one of the major fair in the UK. Now, I want to make the conversation also relevant to the sensibility that we have in design in this country. And I've got a question, because more often than not, well-being in interior design is associated with neutral and muted color. When neuroaesthetic principle, even looking at the images that Don earlier presented, this beautiful picture of the greenery with vivid color, it looks like vivid color are not associated at all with well-being. And in this country, we have two line of way of looking at design: well-being, which is all neutral, or colorful, which is not well-being associated. How can I explain that vibrant color can also enhance well-being, providing they are used in a neuroaesthetic way, basically? So they're well balanced, but I don't know how to come across that.
Robbie, maybe if you focus not just on bright colors versus neutral colors, maybe if you focused on color contrast. There are studies done that have proven that color contrast is really catches our attention and is very attractive to us. There's a software out of 3M company here in Minnesota called Visual Attention Software, and they've been able to determine that there are four primary images that attract our attention during the unconscious mind time period. And those four elements are edges, color contrast, color intensity, and facial structure. And so maybe if you talked about how important the contrast is, that if you're going to have gray walls and gray furniture, that you need pockets of color to contrast with those neutrals. Now, I'm not an interior designer, and there are people on this call right now that are so much more qualified to talk about design elements. Okay, hold on for a minute. Amy Crane is now saying, I can talk about this. I'm an architectural color consultant. Amy, let's get an expert on here.
Amazing. Yeah.
Come on board.
Wonderful.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Amy. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, so I'm trained by the International Association of Color Consultants and Designers, which is an organization that started in Europe about 50, 60 years ago and has branches throughout Japan, the US. And our training is not at all interior design oriented. It's completely about functional color and the way the human brain uses color, needs color, best lives within a world of color. And I actually talk on the topic of color for architecture. And what I've just put up in the chat is a slide from my talk. And I'm kind of shy, so I almost raised my hand before when you were looking for people to speak up because I want to be totally frank here. While I found the virtual show houses that you did for High Point, interesting and educational, I was shocked by the use of beige everywhere.
Yeah.
And that the rooms were monotone. And that's actually not the best environment for the human brain at all from my education. And there's this concept, I just put it in the chat, of unity versus variety. So extreme unity or sameness, which would be a monotone room or mostly monotone room, leads to sensory deprivation. It's understimulation. And even though it's all the same, it actually leads to stress reactions in humans, as in increased heart rate and respiration rate, etc. And the opposite, extreme variety, overstimulation, leads to the same negative physiological effects. So what the human brain, and therefore humans, are most comfortable and well in is an interior environment that is reminiscent of the exterior natural world. And you see that little picture I addressed there. There's a moderate amount of different hue, saturation, and value. Value being lightness, darkness, saturation being chromaticity, how colorful a color is as opposed to being muted, and hue being, color as we know it, red, green, yellow, blue. And so, if you look at this photo of the natural environment, you see pattern, because basically you're seeing stripes, right? A stripe of trees, a stripe of land, a stripe of water. So there's pattern there, but it's not overly wrought, overly patterned, overly crazy, overstimulated. There's a moderate number of different colors. There's blue in the river, there's blue in the sky. We all know about the connection to green. I mean, green is the easiest color for the eye to perceive because of its wavelength. It's right in the middle of long and short waves. Color light is waves, right? Energy wavelengths. And so actually, from my education, we are taught to create environments indoors that replicate to some degree these like basic principles of nature. So in fact, an interior that's highly saturated color, Roberta, would not be a good, healthy environment for humans, but neither would all beige environments like many of the rooms you showed. So that's where I pan out on this.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad you came into that, because it's exactly my feeling over that. And what my concern, especially as I said in London, is that there is these ideas of very neutral being well-being and introduction of colors not being well-being. So I cannot upload. I'm really bad with these, but the image that Don earlier uploaded of these very vibrant, there were tulips, I think, a lot of colors there. This is also a very natural environment. So I also do believe that depending where we are coming from, we are exposed to different kind of nature. You know, one thing is being in the UK, one thing is being in, I don't know, in the Caribbean. So nature takes different shape, different form, different colors, depending where we are. And obviously, personal experience does have, I believe, also an impact on how we view nature itself.
Yes.
But the one thing that I'm desperately trying to justify, so maybe if you don't mind, I'll reach out for you later, is just to steer away from the total neutral environment being yeah, and because as I mentioned, I have this opportunity about, you know, talking about neuroaesthetic in October. I'm really, really, really keen of introducing the color the way you explain it that way, because I want to be inclusive. I don't want people that use more bold color, or I understand what you're saying, you know, obviously not overly bold, but a good balance, as neuroaesthetic explain, but they can be perceived as they are. So interesting, and actually, well, better to health rather than just beige, basically.
Right, absolutely.
So maybe if you don't mind, I will reach out for you. I don't know
No, not at
how,
all.
but
Yeah, I'll put my I'll put my email in the chat. Sorry, I keep going on mute. I have two dogs that are about to go crazy. They see a squirrel, so I'm going on mute again.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Ruby,
Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you.
Yeah, let me also say to you that as you get closer to the presentation, if you want to have a conversation, I'm happy to listen. I'm happy to contribute. If there's anything that you feel I can help you with,
Wonderful.
you know, just reach out and we'll talk as we
You know,
have
I will, Mike, as we had the conversation before, and I was about to reach out anyway to explain, because I've just been told, and so definitely I will need your help and contribution. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And also, we have 2 classes in the certification program on color. And if you would like to see those videos again, I can send those videos to you for some background.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Lisa says, Mike, my question is, are there any group or platforms where designers in this biophilic niche can come together using their strong points to revolutionize biophilia and its benefits? I feel like the topic and benefits are underutilized. How can we really come together for the greater purpose of human health and well-being in this stressful modern lifestyle? I am from the Caribbean and certified in biophilic and sustainable architecture. Lisa, that's kind of what I'm trying to do with Science and Design, is build a community of people that want to support each other, and also I'm trying to build a spider web, if you will, and continue to extend to new people, new designers, to get them involved in this subject matter. You know, I'm really, you know, sometimes I think too idealistically, but I would wish that in 10 years, virtually all interior designers were expert in neuroaesthetics and biophilic design. The one place that I know that we're getting some traction is with my Science and Design community page on LinkedIn. And so I know we've got about 150 people signed up for that there. You know, if anybody has other ideas on how we can do more, I try to do something at every High Point market. You know, normally it's a full day of activity, and we normally get 70 or 80 attendees, which is great, especially considering the competition for time at High Point Market. And I do my monthly webinars, I do my monthly newsletter, but I'm happy to try and do more in pulling everybody together. So if you have other ideas, whether you can think of them right now or you think of them in a week from now, send them to me, because I'm committed to this. I'm passionate about it. And and I could use all the help I can get. What else? We have 2 new something here. Hold on. Will do, Mike. Okay, good. Thanks. Okay, other questions? Let me see if, hold on, here's one new. Maureen says you are in the right place, Lisa. Let me, all right, let me see if Richard is here yet. Richard, are you here yet? Nope, not yet. I think you're going to really like Richard Taylor. He's British. He spends a lot of time also in New Zealand and Australia. He lives in Oregon. He's a, wait a minute, somebody just asked another question. I am so curious about how you came to this and why you are so passionate. Well, that's a fun story. That's from Megan Mitchell. Megan, I'll get to Richard in a minute. I spent most of my career in the publishing business. I was either advertising director or publisher of House Beautiful magazine, Country Living magazine, and later in my life, Lux magazine. And it was in the course of being publisher of Lux magazine that, again, I was having lunch with the architect Don Ruggles in Denver, Colorado at Del Frisco's. And at the time, I was an advertising guy. I just wanted to sell him some pages of advertising. And he started talking about this thing called beauty improves health. And, you know, being an advertising guy, it was going right over my head for the first 15 minutes. But finally, something sank in. And I got to thinking, wait a minute, if beauty improves health, and we know that designers create beauty, then that means designers improve health. And it was kind of revelatory to me, realizing that nobody in the business was, and I'd spent my whole career in the world of interior design somehow. And I realized that nobody is talking about this enhanced value proposition that interior designers were experiencing, but not getting credit for. And so I started studying it. Frankly, a year later, I quit Lux to spend the rest of my career helping the industry realize its role as an alternative health resource. And, you know, 8 years ago, I did a presentation at the Dallas Market Center, and I only had 15 people in the room. The guy that introduced me got my name wrong. And today we average 175 registrants on our monthly webinars. We send our mailing, our newsletter out to 7,500 subscribers. And 2 weeks ago, I gave the keynote presentation to 300 industry members at High Point. And so I just totally, from my heart, I just believe in this whole concept, and doing everything I possibly can to share it with the rest of the industry. And but I do need, as I said earlier, I do need to be talking to hundreds of people at a time, and that'll move the needle even faster. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for sharing that.
My pleasure. And by the way, I talk to 3 or 4 designers every day. So at any time, you can feel free to pick up the phone and call me. You can email me, and I normally get back within a short time period. Let me see. There's no Richard yet. Okay. Anyway. Other thoughts, other questions, contributions? There he is.
Hey, Mike,
Hello,
how are you
Richard.
doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, your timing is perfect. We just had an open mic 45 minutes where we have like dozens of designers on the call right now, and we were just sharing ideas. We've heard from Jennifer Walsh on biophilia. We heard from Don Ruggles earlier, talking about neuroaesthetics and homeostasis. And you're perfectly timed And I may as well go ahead and I think we had run out of questions and contributions for our open mic session. So let me take the opportunity to introduce. I mean, everybody, you're going to love this next hour. I'm telling you right now. I'm putting the pressure on him, but I know you're going to love this next hour. Richard Taylor is a professor of physics, psychology, and art, and currently is head of the physics department at the University of Oregon. He explores nature's patterns across a diverse range of fields like architecture, art, biology, chemistry, engineering, mathematics, physics. I can't even pronounce all these things, physiology and psychology, and has published over 300 articles. Now get this, his work has been the subject of television documentaries on ABC, PBS, and the BBC. Many popular press articles like in the New York Times, the London Times, and magazine articles in Scientific American, Time, The New Yorker, New Scientist, and Discover. He regularly lectures around the world, commissioned by organizations as diverse as the Nobel Foundation, the Royal Society, and national art galleries such as Pompidou Center in Paris and the Guggenheim Museum in Venice. So I think we can all agree that he's highly accredited. So, Richard, you've got the floor. Thank you very much for doing this.
Great, thank you. So let me see, I'll just try and share my screen. There we go, let's see. That work? Yep.
Yep.
Great. Okay, how does that look, Mike?
Looks great. Fractal fluency, using nature's beauty to reduce stress.
Excellent. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next hour, everybody. So I know you've been having a great day so far. I've been looking at the previous presentations. So using nature's beauty to reduce stress, obviously that fits well within today's topic. The interesting thing, though, is this two words above it, fractal fluency. So, and in particular, this word fractal. So I'm expecting some of you may not have heard too much about it, and some of you will have done. For me, fractals are old friends, and I'm hoping that within the next 50 minutes, you'll see that they're old friends to you as well. So for the moment, though, let's not worry about that specific word, and let's look at the bigger topics that I want to take us through. So nature's beauty and human vision.
Organizations that are near and dear to their hearts. So we love seeing that happen. So anyway, that can, we can build that out as you see fit. You all have.
I can hear somebody on the talk. Oh, that's
Richard, you're muted now.
I think you've muted me. All right, can everyone hear me now?
All good.
Oh, good. Okay, so sorry about that. So I think I was talking about nature's beauty. So what we'll be seeing, and I don't think this will be any surprise to any of you, is that when it comes to nature's beauty, it's not just what is it that you like to look at, it's what is it that we need to look at. In other words, nature's beauty is not a luxury, it's a necessity. So nature's beauty is a big topic. And related to that is human vision, which is another big topic. We obviously need human vision to be able to see nature's beauty, but we're very visual creatures, as we'll be seeing, and we're blessed with this wonderful visual system. So those are our big two topics. Now, let's imagine that we could actually identify nature's beauty and we could distill it down to its essence. What would we do with it? Well, we all know that society as a whole is stressed, and all of those individuals are getting more and more stressed. So imagine if we could use that essence of nature's beauty to actually de-stress people. So that's where I want to go in this talk. We'll find out that fractals are a form of natural pattern that have been scientifically shown that when you look at these natural patterns, they reduce your stress levels. So we want to take these natural patterns and put them in the built environment as a way of promoting health and performance in the built environment. Before we head in, I want to just quickly mention about why am I interested in this topic. And one is that I have a background in both art and science, and so I naturally gravitate towards projects that combine the both. And I think that this question of nature's beauty is one of those. I don't think that you can answer this question just looking at it from the scientific point of view. And equally, I don't think you can get it, just look at it from the artistic point of view. I think you need a genuine collaboration between art and science to actually determine what nature's beauty is. The second thing that draws me to this topic is just the sheer wonder of human vision. My day job in the physics department is developing bionic eyes to restore vision to people who go blind. And I won't be talking about that project specifically today, but I bring it up here because it's when you attempt to replicate that natural system that you realize how truly wonderful it is. And that shouldn't come as a surprise to us because human vision has developed over 600 million years. So we really are lucky to have such a wonderful visual system. So I'm going to start at the start, actually. So what I want you to picture the visual system as is a very intricate system that is very valuable to us, and it needs to be maintained well. And you might think, okay, well, that should be the role of a eye doctor. But what we'll be seeing is that it's not. It's actually the role for all of us. So let's have a look at the visual system. We naturally think about the eye, but the eye is just one component of the visual system. It's the gateway to the visual system. And then when images come into the eye, all of that information passes along a sort of visual pathway called the optic nerve, and it gets processed in the part of the brain at the back of your head, the visual cortex. And so I want you to kind of picture for the moment the brain as being like a computer processing all of this data. Now, of course, schematics always look really beautiful compared to real life. This is what that visual system actually looks like. It always makes me laugh a little bit because it looks like something you dig up in a vegetable garden. And whenever I see this image, it reminds me of a great quote by Bill Bryson. And he said that the most extraordinary thing in the universe is in your head. You could travel through every inch of outer space and very possibly nowhere find anything as marvelous and complex and high functioning as the 3 pounds of soggy mass between your ears. So let's have a look at that soggy mass, because here's a remarkable fact. If you picture again, your brain as being like a computer with electrical wiring, there are more wire connections in a single cubic centimeter of your brain as there are stars in the Milky Way. And there are about 100 billion stars in the Milky Way. So that's an awful lot of wire connections, way more than, for example, in a computer. So you might then naturally ask, well, what are all of those wire connections doing? And this is the first important thing in our story, is that when you look at natural patterns, you might think that that's a passive experience, and it's not. It's very active. All of those wire connections are doing a huge amount. So every second, when you look at imagery like this, your brain receives 2 billion pieces of data. So that's all of that information is flying down the optic nerve from the eye to the brain at speeds fast as approximating the speed of a bullet. So way faster than the highest speed interconnect. So as a consequence, your brain is getting absolutely bombarded with visual information. And to cope, you use up to 30% of your brain's volume to understand all of that information. So we're very visual creatures. When you're listening, that only takes up to 3% of the volume of your brain, so a factor of 10 smaller. Now, even so, your brain is in danger of getting overwhelmed by all of this data. And so your brain is, like we mentioned, like a computer processing nature's images. And through the years, to cope with all of this data, it's been receiving the equivalent of software updates to help understand these images, such as the ones in nature. And it's during this processing, this understanding of nature's images, that's when our perceptions of nature's beauty emerge and we start to experience its positive impacts. So when we look at a scene like this, what I want you to kind of imagine is that you're looking at the ingredients of nature's beauty in that scene, and that you are like a chef in control of the recipe. So when you look out there, those are the ingredients, but the perception of nature's beauty emerges within you, and each of us have got our slightly different versions of it. So let's look at the ingredients. Let's look at a scene like this and say, well, what are the ingredients to the beauty that we're looking at? And obviously, as we know from biophilia, there are many different components, but the one that I want to concentrate on is based on this quote from Galileo, that the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics. So what Galileo is declaring here is that there are patterns in nature. So those clouds have patterns, and the mountains have patterns, and the trees have patterns. Now, whatever those patterns are, they're fundamentally different from the patterns that we see in the built environment. So those are referred to as Euclidean patterns. So those are things like lines and triangles and squares and circles. They're named after the Greek philosopher Euclid, who studied them in 300 BC. So humanity has been understanding Euclidean patterns for just thousands of years, but those are the ones obviously that we're familiar with. Those are the ones that we learn as being patterns when we get taught them at school. And then when we come to constructing the built environment, those are the ones we use because they're simple and therefore practical. But we haven't been hanging around that Euclidean environment for long, just thousands of years. So I want you to think about patterns as being like a visual language. So we've been surrounded by nature's patterns for millions and millions of years, and we've become fluent in that visual language. In contrast, the Euclidean environment is relatively new to us, just thousands of years. So when we go into a built environment, it's almost like being taken to a far-off land where we're being forced to actually learn a new language. And it's the same that when we look out at a window, we're very fluent in that visual language. Then when we turn around and face the inward, more Euclidean boxes that we spend a lot of time in, that is like a foreign land to us. So naturally then we think about, well, why not bring this natural fluency into the built environment? And I'm sure today you've been discussing Edward Wilson and his book from 1984, and biophilia, which of course generally means nature loving, and this declaration that society should accommodate our innate need to connect with nature. Now, of course, that raises the question of, well, what exactly is nature? And you could argue, well, we don't necessarily need to know. We could just grab nature and put it in our built environment. And I think many of you will be familiar with the idea of living buildings I used to live in Sydney in Australia, and every day I used to walk past this living building. And every day I used to look at it and say, wow, that must be a lot of hard work. And in many ways, it is impractical. And a lot of the time, it didn't look as nice as this just because of the challenges of maintaining it. So you might say, well, let's not actually grow plants in the built environment. Let's just take photographs of them and put them in the built environment. And this is a great non-profit organization out of California called Nature in the Classroom, where they're doing exactly that. So they take photographs, for example, of tree canopies and put it on the ceilings of the classrooms. Now, that's a good first step because we do find the images of trees beautiful. But the problem is that on a subconscious level, your brain is very smart. And your brain understands that a classroom is fundamentally a different environment than from nature. So when you walk into the classroom and look up at that ceiling, although some of your brain will be appreciating the beauty, a lot of your brain will be saying, but wait, what are those trees doing on a classroom ceiling? This is a classroom. So we can't just grab nature and put it into the built environment because they are different environments. So I then concentrate not on biomimicry, but on bioinspiration. Biomimicry is simply copying nature. Bioinspiration is learning from nature and then adapting it for the built environment. And so that's why we refer to a lot of the patterns that we generate as being second nature. We're not going to copy nature. We're going to create a new version of it. Now, how are we going to do that? We do it through collaboration. So all of our patterns are generated by what is called the Science Design Lab. And it's a combination between scientific design and artistic design. And I'm responsible for the scientific part of the design. And then these days I work with two Austrian designers, Anna and Martin Lejak from 13 and 9 Design. And you can see that this kind of satisfies my desire of bringing both art and science together. So fundamentally driving our patterns is this art-science collaboration. Then we have further collaboration with basic scientists. So over the last 25 years, I've been collaborating with psychologists and neuroscientists studying the effects of fractal patterns. In particular, some colleagues from Australia where I used to work, and then also colleagues at the University of Oregon. So all of our designs are informed by the fundamental research of psychology. Then when we take these designs and we bring them into reality, then there's further collaboration with the manufacturers. And at the end, I want to show you a range of different applications, including ceiling patterns, wall patterns, window patterns, flooring patterns, lighting patterns, solar panels, and even fractal sounds. Okay, so let's have a look at what fractals are. So if we go back to the 1860s, the mathematicians of that time were working, of course, on Euclidean shapes, the ones that we were mentioning before. And these Euclidean shapes, as we mentioned, are very simple. But because of that, these mathematicians were starting to find them boring, that they'd been researching them for a long time, and there was not much more to actually find out. So round about those 1860s, they started to propose a completely new geometry. And these are now referred to as classic fractals because of their historical significance. So what they would do is pick a pattern, and it could be any pattern, and they used to refer to these as seed patterns. So in this case, the seed pattern is a triangle. And then they would put smaller and smaller versions on it. Now, the consequence of that is if you take that final object and you zoom in at different magnifications, you keep on getting the same pattern repeating. And that is what a fractal is. So it's a weird sounding word, but a very straightforward principle. All that a fractal pattern is a pattern that repeats at different magnifications. So these classic mathematicians became enamored with this process. They all used different seeds and they named their fractals after themselves. But they were all enamored with this idea of careful layering of patterns at different size scales. And in doing so, going from a very simple pattern to a visually complex one. Now, at the time, they would look at images of nature, like, for example, coastlines, and they'd appreciate that nature's imagery was also very complex, but they thought that nature's imagery was just built from a haphazard mess, in sharp contrast to their careful layering. And we had to wait about a century till the 1980s before another mathematician came along, Benoit Mandelbrot. The reason why we had to wait a century and the arrival of the 1980s was because of the arrival of computing power. By that stage, mathematicians finally had computers powerful enough to actually analyze the complexity of nature's imagery. And what he found is that nature's patterns were not a haphazard mess. They were actually a pattern. And as you can see from the title of his book, he found that the pattern was actually fractal. So nature's patterns are fractal, but a different type of fractal than the ones that we've been talking about. So those classic mathematicians from the 1860s, they were working on what we now call exact fractals because the patterns repeat exactly. Now, as we know, there's a lot of randomness in nature. And what that randomness does is it disrupts the exact repetition such that patterns just look similar at different size scales. So we refer to nature's fractals as being self-similar fractals. And what's going on is that the general qualities are repeating, what we call the statistical qualities. And so sometimes you might hear these being referred to as statistical fractals. So let me give you a few examples. So if we look at this ice particle, you can see that at its center, it's got a pattern made up of 6 arms. And on the outside, it's got a pattern made up of 6 arms. So in this case, the pattern's just repeated once. If you look at a fern, you can see that that basic pattern has repeated twice. If you go to broccoli and cauliflower and look at these little pyramids, they actually repeat up to 10 times. If you look at trees, you can see that these now are getting more self-similar. We're starting to lose the exact repetition. And then if you look at, for example, mountains, you have peaks upon peaks upon peaks. With clouds, you have bumps upon bumps upon bumps. And of course, rivers are very much like trees. You've got branches splitting into smaller and smaller and smaller branches. So fractals then are very prevalent in nature, all the way from bubbles to flames to lightning to spiders' webs. So they really are the fractal geometry of nature. And they're not just out there in natural scenery, they're actually in the body as well. So this is your body's wiring, the neurons. This is an image that I imaged from my bionic eye project. So your wiring in your body is fractal. And then this image here, this is actually a dried surface of an old potato. So what this slide emphasizes is that in nature, you can have fractals that have radically different functions. You know, your brain is radically different than an old potato, but they look similar. And it's that shared visual kind of look. That's what we're chasing in terms of nature's beauty. What is it that these things have in common? Well, the clue to the visual aesthetic lies in the name. I didn't actually explain to you where the word fractal came from. It was Mandelbrot who introduced the term. And what he noticed is when you compare the artificial Euclidean patterns to nature's fractal patterns, the fractal patterns look very fractured. So for example, on the left, you compared the Euclidean building to fractal trees. Those trees the tree leaves look very fractured. The same with a nice smooth road passing through river tributaries. The river tributaries look very fractured. The same with the aircraft contrails, that nice straight line compared to the fracture of the clouds. So he focused on the word fracture. He knew that the Latin for fracture was fractus. He didn't like the sound of the word fractus, and so on a whim, changed it to fractal, and that word stuck. So an odd sounding word, but it emphasizes that fractal patterns look fractured. So where is that fracture coming from? And it's actually coming from all of that visual complexity. That is the key ingredient. So whether you're walking along a beach and you pick up a little sort of dried out seaweed, or you look up at a magnificent tree, all of those fractals have repeating patterns, and those repeating patterns build an immense visual complexity. Now, having said that, some fractals are more complex than others. And so we introduce a parameter called D to chart this complexity, and D lies on a scale between 1 and 2. The closer to 1, the more simple and sparse the pattern is. And then the closer to 2, the more rich and intricate the pattern is. So let me give you a few examples. If you look at clouds in the sky, they are relatively simple and sparse, and they have a D value of 1.3. By the time you get to cracks in the mud, they are a little bit more intricate. Their complexity is increased, so they have a D value of 1.7. If we look at branches overlapping in a forest, they are very rich and intricate, and they have a D value of 1.9. Now, what is this D value actually assessing? And what it is assessing the amount of fine patterns going into that fractal mix. So, of course, fractals have patterns on many different size scales, but somewhere in there, some fractals have way more fine patterns in that fractal mix than others. So let's have a look at a few examples. So if you look at those top clouds, there isn't much fine patterning in that fractal mix. And so that has a low amount of fine patterns, that's a low complexity, and it gives a low D value. Then let's say the weather changes and it develops lots of these fine wispy patterns, then that has raised the amount of fine patterns in the fractal mix. That raises the complexity and it raises the D value. Another example are trees. So trees in the summer are relatively simple. They don't have too much fine structure in them, and so they'll have a low D value. Then come the fall, when the leaves fall, that reveals all of those fine branches. That raises the complexity and raises the D value. So when we look out at a typical scene, we'll see fractals of all different D values, all the way from a D value of 1 up to 1.9. But as you can see from this histogram, the most prevalent fractals are the mid-D, the mid-complexity fractals, and that influences our fractal fluency hypothesis. So what this says is through this millions of years of evolutionary exposure, our eyes have become fluent in nature's visual language. And of course, nature's visual language is fractals. Putting this a little bit more precisely, coming back to that computer analogy, what that means is that we can process the visual information of mid-D fractals very easily. And what I want to emphasize that this processing is automatic. It means it's going on beyond your conscious control. It's all subconscious, and it starts to unfold in milliseconds. And this processing occurs at many different stages of the visual system. And I just want to give you a few examples. So let's consider an example from the gateway to the visual system, the eye. So we can use eye tracking equipment to actually look how your eye moves. So with eye tracking equipment, you show, say, a fractal image on a monitor, and then a little camera underneath the monitor actually is trained on your eye and can track the trajectories of your eye. So what our research shows is that when your eye goes into search mode, your eye actually follows the fractal motion. And you can see on the left here, this is an eye trajectory. And you can see that it's got long trajectories, but mixed in there, you've got smaller and smaller and smaller trajectories. So that motion has actually traced out a fractal pattern. And it's not just our eye. The animals, when they forage for food, they actually follow a fractal pattern as well. And you can show mathematically that that is a very efficient way as a search mechanism. If you've got a particular environment and you're searching and wanting to find something, then fractal motion is perhaps the most efficient way that you can do it. And so the eye through evolution has gravitated to this efficient process, and so have animals. And specifically, when we go into search mode and we're looking at a scene, our eyes trace out mid-D fractal motion. That is a very efficient search mechanism. So that's what your eye wants to do. Now, what happens when you show the eye a fractal image? Then there's a sort of resonance between what it wants to do and what it's being asked to do. So we experience a resonance when we look at a fractal pattern. And this resonance is the equivalent of opening up the floodgates, and all of this fractal information pours in through the eye down the optic nerve to the brain. So let's look at the brain. And how does the brain understand fractals? So we've been doing lots of MRI studies. So with MRI studies, you can look at which parts of the brain are getting activated when that computer is processing the imagery. So for example, when you look out at nature, something called the default mode network gets activated. Now, the default mode network isn't just one region of the brain. It's a sort of large network of connected regions. Now, interestingly, the default mode network is activated a lot during restful activities such as daydreaming and meditation. So there's a clue that the brain is actually in some way enjoying this process. It's finding it restful. Now, our studies show that there's a region called the parahippocampal region that gets activated. And the reason why that's fascinating is the parahippocampal region is involved in memory retrieval. So what we think what's happening is as this information pours into the brain and the brain starts to assemble that fractal imagery, your brain is checking that imagery with fractal imagery that already resides in your long-term memory. Another interesting fact is the parahippocampal region is associated with regulation of emotions. So there's another clue that perhaps your brain is enjoying this task. So it's when you're looking at fractals, it's very much like a car engine just ticking over. It's not a demanding task. So if you bring all of these things together, what you have, your visual system, is a very efficient fractal detector. And what that fractal detector is doing is confirming the fractal character of the scene. And our ancestors did this for survival reasons, because if there's a non-fractal object in that fractal scene, then we need to know about it, because either our ancestors were going to get eaten by it or they needed to eat it. So the fractal detector then is confirming the fractal imagery of a scene. Now, of course, you know, we're no longer on a day-to-day basis worried about getting eaten by a lion, but nevertheless, there are big consequences of having this fractal detector for our modern lives. So we've done a lot of experiments looking at the consequences of having fractal fluency. What we find is that when you look at mid-D fractals, they boost our visual performance skills. So for example, we find it very easy to recognize fractals and memorize fractals, and it can boost tasks, for example, like navigation. So this cognitive boost puts us in a visual comfort zone. So then your brain communicates to the rest of the body that it's arrived in this visual comfort zone and that the body can now relax. And it uses something called the parasympathetic nerve system to do this. So your parasympathetic nerve system is again automatic. So this communication unfolds all beyond conscious control. It's very quick, and the parasympathetic system is connected to many of your major organs in your body. So when the parasympathetic system gets activated, then things happen associated with relaxation, such as it slows your heart rate, it lowers your blood pressure, it slows breathing, and it reduces muscle tension. So in a very fundamental way, you are wired for fractal response. In terms of the experiments that we have done, then because the parasympathetic is so well connected, you can look at different parts of the body to actually monitor this stress reduction. So we've used pupillography, that when you relax, your pupils narrow. You could look at the brain. So we can use EEG, which is electrodes looking at brain electrical activity. And there's a particular activity called the alpha wave, which peaks during relaxation. Your body's biggest organ, the skin, actually changes its structure when it relaxes, resulting in skin conductance that gets reduced. So our experiments use skin conductance studies to show that your stress reduces by up to 60% when you look at fractals. And then finally, there's lots of subtle ways of measuring stress. We're developing a sports sensor, for example. So when you relax, you even change the way that you run. So we're using this sports sensor to monitor stress reduction as well. So just as you can monitor relaxation in many parts of your body, if you let stress get out of control, it can affect many parts of your body. So for example, the impacts of stress, one is it can impact your mood. So it can trigger depression, anxiety, panic attacks. In terms of your heart, it can increase your blood pressure. In terms of your gut, it produces decreased immunity and hormonal imbalances. In terms of your skin, it can make it more delicate. In terms of your bones, it can even reduce your bone density. And this all has a huge impact on society in terms of cost. So around the world, stress-related illnesses kind of estimated as being costing about $1 trillion, about $360 billion in the US. 91% of workers report being impacted, and 48% of those report increased stress. And then this is the most tragic part. Up to 120,000 lives are lost each year due to stress-related illnesses. So what I want to emphasize is the profound size of this stress reduction. And I'm sure today, perhaps you touched on some of these biophilic experiments. And one of them that inspired me was by Roger Ulrich in 1984, where he did a very simple experiment where he took patients that were recovering from major surgery, and they put some in a room to recover with a window of nature, and then others were in a room with a window looking at a brick wall. And they found that the patients who were lucky enough to be in the room looking out on nature recovered far more quickly. So for me, that emphasizes the sort of power of this stress reduction. It's powerful enough to actually increase your recovery from major surgery. So what we think then is that the patients who looked out at the window on nature were looking at these fractals, and that these fractals reduced their stress levels, and that allowed their body to recover. So these major effects, coming back to this question of aesthetics and nature's beauty, these powerful positive effects trigger a positive aesthetic experience. And if we picture your aesthetics as being like a chocolate cake, what I want to emphasize is that the majority of that chocolate cake is actually neuroaesthetics. So that is the fractal fluency that we've been talking about. So these positive effects trigger and start to roll out well before we're consciously aware of what we're even looking at. And then the second element of aesthetics are the intellectual deliberations, but those are very much like the icing on the cake. And the two things combine to create nature's beauty. So we do believe then that this fractal fluency is a major contribution to nature's beauty. Now, if that's the case, then surely artists must have been using fractals before now, because they are the visual experts. And in fact, if you go looking at art, there are lots of great symbolic representations of fractals in artworks from many different cultures, across many different continents, and across many different centuries. And I just want to show you a few examples. So who created the first fractal? Well, the Nautilus spiral, of that spiral getting tighter and tighter and tighter, that repetition at different magnifications is actually fractal. And if you go back to the ancient Greeks, possibly even to 750 BC, artists were actually putting those fractal spirals into their sculptures. So notice that this predates Euclid, who was 300 BC. So in many ways, we have been working with fractals well before our Euclidean lines and triangles and circles and squares. Here's another famous example, Leonardo da Vinci in 1500. He created some pencil sketchworks called the Deluge series, where he actually sketched turbulent water. And if you look at those vortices, you can see that he's drawn smaller and smaller and smaller vortices. Hokusai, his print called The Great Wave, you can see that on top of that great wave, there are smaller waves. Last year, scientists analyzed the swirls in Van Gogh's work and confirmed that that was fractal. Salvador Dali, you can see skulls within skulls within skulls. One of my favorites, Mork Escher, with his tessellations from 1959, the Sertel Limit series. You can see that those tessellations are getting smaller. And then my own studies have focused on the American artist Jackson Pollock with abstract expressionism and what we refer to as fractal expressionism. And we use computer programs to confirm that his work is actually fractal. And you can see how effective that is, that it's very hard to spot the fractal when surrounded by nature. And this is Pollock's fractals. Now, the reason why this is significant is that one of my jobs is as an art authenticator for Pollock's work, and we can do that using fractal analysis. Now, Pollock's work is valued anywhere up to $600 million per painting. So you can imagine that those computer programs that are detecting the fractals have to be accurate and reliable. And I mention that because we use the same programs to actually analyze our fractal designs. Fractals are also prevalent in architecture. So Frank Gehry's work has been analyzed for fractality. In the Beijing Olympics, the water cube was based on fractal bubbles. And what I want to emphasize is the artistic intuition predates mathematical invention. So I mentioned those classic mathematicians who all named the fractals after themselves, but in each case, there were examples from the art world that had happened before. So Eiffel's tower features repeating triangles, and that predates the Sierpinski fractal. One of the most famous mathematical fractals is the Koch snowflake with the repetition of a triangle, but that same pattern appears in the temples of Borobudur in Indonesia from the 8th century. So what I want to emphasize is that all of us have got this fractal detector, and we've all got this fractal intuition. So what I want to show you now is our designs and how we actually build our fractal designs. So I want to first emphasize the fractal opportunity, that some of our first studies were actually funded by NASA. They were worried about astronauts going into deep space and so leaving nature scenery behind, and would that stress them out? So we built a mock-up space station, and we let the astronauts get on with their routines within that space station. And then we put fractal and non-fractal images into that space station. And that's when we found out that the astronaut stress levels were reduced by up to 60%. So that's good news for the astronauts, but it's good news for the rest of us, because although we've not left the planet Earth, and we've stayed on the planet Earth, we have similarly separated ourselves from nature. So typically, Americans spend up to 92% of their time indoors, and so separated from nature scenery. And 6 in 10 adults say that this is a source of major stress. So using fractals to reduce stress is a major opportunity to have an impact on many, many people. And there's an awful lot of space as well. So if you add up the surface area in buildings in the United States and put that all together, that's about the size of Maryland. So there's an awful lot of buildings that we could actually reclaim and put fractals into. And the initial sort of results are showing how positive this can be. So in terms of promising effects, observation periods of less than 10 seconds are needed. So you don't have to stare at fractal patterns for long to get their positive effects. The second thing is that you don't need to stare directly at the fractals. You just have to glance at them. They just have to be in your environment. So let's say you're in an airport running for an aeroplane. You don't have to stop and look at the fractal pattern. It just has to be in your view, and you'll get those positive effects. Then the third important thing is the effects are expected to persist after you stop viewing the fractals. But the most important thing, I think, is the freedom to explore a range of designs. So if you look at these right images, one is of a lake and one is of a cloud. Now, clearly, superficially, they are very different, but they both hit that magic mid-complexity sweet spot. So the designers will be able to do the same. As long as they hit the mid-complexity sweet spot, they can do all sorts of superficial changes to their designs. So you don't have to just work on one fractal design. Then the big thing is fractal universality. That we've shown that using behavioral studies, we've shown that fractal fluency occurs down to at least 3 years old. Using eye tracking, we've shown that it occurs down to 10 months. And that's not surprising, given that we have this common evolution of millions of years surrounded by fractals. And it's not just us. So people have done experiments on primates, for example, and they have fractal fluency. So we can all expect to benefit from the positive effects of fractal fluency. But that said, if we go into a typical building, we can expect that there's going to be quite a lot of diversity going on in terms of the occupants in that building. So we refer to that as fractal fluency. So we believe that we can tune for the different people in the building by tuning the D value. And our experiments show that whereas the majority of people prefer medium complexity, mid-D fractals, there are a small group of people that prefer low D, and there are another small group that prefer high D. So we hope that we can accommodate everybody by considering their D value. And we don't know what is causing these variations, but we do know that they're in good company. So we refer to the low complexity people affectionately as smoothies. And for example, the famous artist Willem de Kooning produced low D artistry. And then a famous Sharpie is Jackson Pollock. His paintings were around about 1.7, 1.8. then we expect that the D value that you will want to look at will depend on the task, and we refer to that as fractal enrichment. So for example, let's imagine that you're doing a stressful task. It might be me in sort of a scientific laboratory. Then we'd want to, in that case, surround me with a low D fractal that will relax me and boost my cognitive abilities. But let's say I'm already relaxed and I'm having a cup of coffee and maybe I'm getting a little bit bored. Then you may want to stimulate the person, and then you'd use a high D image to stimulate them. So we hope that we can accommodate task by tuning the D value. And then finally, D will depend on the room, the type of room that you're putting the fractal image in, and we refer to that as fractal renaturation. So remember that in a typical scene, we're surrounded by fractals. They're above us with the clouds in the sky. They'll be around us in terms of trees and around us in terms of cracks on the floor. So we're completely surrounded by fractals in nature. But typically when we go into the built environment, we'll only put the patterns on one wall or one surface. So that surrounding simplicity then puts pressure on the fractal to deliver the complexity. So the more simple the environment we put the fractal in, we have to raise the D value to kind of boost that complexity. So we refer to this as fractal bathing, and we hope that we can accommodate all of these things by tuning the different D values. And we picture it as very much like a stool with 3 legs, that we can tune the D value based on the type of people, the task that they're doing, and the type of space that they're in. So let me show you a few examples from the Fractal Library, and then I'll show you a few applications. So here are a few different seed patterns that we've been generating. And you can see that they very much look like nature, and it's not because we've copied nature, it's because our computer programs are using exactly the same visual language as nature. And to accommodate, what we're starting to do now is that for every seed pattern, we're generating patterns with different D values so that we can accommodate those different legs of the stool. So let me show you a few practical examples. The company that we've been working the longest with is Mohawk, with sort of the carpet floors. We've been lucky enough to win a lot of awards for these designs. But the key thing for me now is that we've actually installed over 20 million square feet installed. And so that kind of makes me very happy when you think about the amount of positivity and the amount of people that are seeing these designs. So let me show you an example here. This is an example at the University of Oregon. Here's another example on a rug. During the pandemic, Mohawk actually released their patterns as free stress-reducing screensavers. We collaborate with a company called Fact Design to produce noise-reducing ceiling tiles. And of course, you can put those on the walls as well. In terms of walls, we collaborate with Momentum Wall Coverings starting last year. We can put them on internal and external windows. And this is interesting because it's not just controlling stress reduction, but it's controlling the amount of light coming into the building. Here's one of my favorites. So this is a metal canopy that's attached to a hospital exterior above a balcony. And it's metal, but it's got fractal patterns, holes punched into that metal. And this emphasizes the multiple functionality of fractals. So for example, not only does it reduce the stress levels, but it impacts airflow, that those fractal patterns convert what's called laminar flow into turbulent flow. That is very effective at temperature control. When the wind passes through the holes, it also generates a fractal sound. And then it casts these fractal shadows into the building. So lots of different functions beyond just the visual. Another example is we're developing light fixtures. Here's what we call a fractal plate, fractal globe. Here's an example of lighting in a bar in Bucharest. So you can have LEDs that actually move behind the fractal pattern and cast these very dynamic fractal patterns. And then this is called the Fractal Chapel. So this won the World Architecture Festival Best Interior of last year. It's called a fractal chapel, but it's not religious. It's in a hospital, and it's where doctors take patients and their relatives to deliver very challenging news. So we want to create a relaxed environment for them. And then finally, we've also been developing fractal solar panels that are just as efficient electrically as traditional solar panels, but they come with this stress reduction. So I want to emphasize to you, kind of closing up, that fractals are, of course, your friends. You can always go out and walk through the forest and get these massive, powerful stress-reducing qualities. But the reason why we can't do that, of course, is that in our day jobs, often we can't spend much time in a forest. We have to work in the built environment. But those fractals are usually there for you in nature. But I just want to mention two circumstances where even nature won't be able to supply mid-D fractals for you. So we published a paper a year ago where we talked about seasonal depression. And whereas in summer, there are a lot of mid-D fractals, in the winter, they tend to go away. So we think that that is a cause of seasonal depression. And if that's the case, then sometimes in winter, the only place that you're going to get mid-D fractals is actually in the built environment. And then finally, if climate change is allowed to run its course, that will actually reduce the number of mid-D fractals as well. So all of those mid-D fractals that we've been surrounded by for millions of years will go away. And the only stress-reducing fractals we have will be the ones that we put into the built environment. And so I want to thank you for listening to my fractal chatter. And I'll stop sharing the screen now and be very, very happy to answer any questions that you have.
Wow. I hope everybody, and please go ahead and put questions in the chat if you want, but I hope everybody listening truly understands the importance of fractal in interior design. Look how important they are to health and beauty. And so, I would have a challenge question for everyone. Have you been incorporating fractal patterning in your interior design work? And if not, can you start? Look at how you will improve the health, lower the stress levels of your clients. This is kind of like almost your number one tool in your toolkit to improve the health of your clients. Did you notice also that Richard, and we've talked about this earlier, Richard was talking about beyond our conscious control, that our reaction to visual happens in milliseconds. And so are you designing for the unconscious brain is another question I would ask. One of the other, I don't know that I heard him say it, but one of the other things that Richard is noted for is the phrase, fractals are the building blocks of nature. And, all you have to do is look at the palm of your right hand and see the line, the fractal patterning in your body. Just like there are veins in leaves, there are veins in our bodies. So okay, here's a question. What company does the ceiling panels that filter light in fractal patterns, Richard?
Yeah, so in terms of ceiling panels at the moment, we work with Fact Design. It's a felt tile, which helps the noise suppression, but also the fractal holes do. And then in terms of mounting LEDs behind those and shining light through those, that's a company called XAL, which is XAL.
Okay. Now, I want to, excuse me, I also want to also point out that Richard, Anna, and Martin were my guests on my September webinar. And that webinar recording is on my website. So if you would like to know more and hear from designers and architects in Austria, go to the website and click on webinars, and you'll see the recording there. This was amazing. Thank you. Our fractals experience directly in nature and photographic nature.
Yep. So, there's lots of studies now that we're getting into where we're comparing VR versus reality, and both capture, you'll get those positive effects from both. And so far, we've not found any difference between, viewing it on a monitor and viewing it in real life.
Okay, one more minute for questions. Hold on for me. Here's another one. Let me find it. Can you tell me, is your collection Mohawk Group? I can't find Second Nature. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you type in Second Nature was sort of like a general term that we looked at. If you type in, for example, relaxing floors, you'll get to all of the different designs that they're doing.
And you actually won awards also, didn't you, Richard, with your Momentum product, weren't you?
Yes, we've been very lucky with the awards, but the big one last year for me was the World Architecture Festival, where we won the best interior for 2025. And obviously, you can say that we got the award because of our beautiful designs, but a whole lot of it was related to the fractals and the stress reduction that clearly, that those judges could appreciate the science that went into the design.
And just ordered samples from Momentum. So there you go. All right, listen, Richard, thank you so much. We appreciate it. I always love listening to you, and I always learn something new. So thank you very much. And we really, really appreciate. Well, hold on. There's one more question here.
Okay.
Do you ever discuss focus and attention?
I just made a typo, but it was a question about, I just listened to a podcast recently. Huberman, I think is his name, in California. And it was about fractals and resetting your attention and using passive and active attention, which was also really fascinating, especially in light of that we're all very distracted these days.
That's right. So we do think that, the looking at fractals keeps you in the now. And we've actually even been starting to collaborate in terms of drug addiction and whether it can actually help, so it focuses, on the now rather than in the past and in the future. So I think there's going to be many, many powerful things that we've even, just scratched the surface on.
Thanks.
All right, now we're going to go. Hey, Richard, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure and an honor to talk to you all. So thank you. And thank you, Mike, for the invitation.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye. So I also want to say to everyone, not to everyone, but there were a few people that came in late, because what happens sometimes when I send out the link in the email goes into a spam. And so we've had 5 or 6 people that missed some of the early portion of this day. Please rest assured that I will be sending a recording of the entire day out sometime tomorrow, probably early afternoon, and you will get to see the entire day's worth of webinars. And so our last session, let me get out of this. I'm going to pin Nina. And I'm going to pin Kate. Where's Kate? Here's Kate. All right. So guys, the last session for today, we thought, now that we have all this knowledge, I thought it might be smart to bring on a couple of science and design certified designers to talk about how they've been using the science in design and using neuroaesthetics to grow their business, to expand, and to differentiate, most importantly, to differentiate themselves in the marketplace. And so we have Nina Lichtenstein out of New York State. We have Kate Bendewald out of Denver. And we're going to start with an easy question. I'm going to ask each of them to give us a minute to introduce themselves, on their background. So Kate, you want to start? Are you muted? Kate, you're muted.
Classic move. Thanks, Mike. Hi, thank you for having me. It's good to see you guys. I see some familiar faces and names. Gosh, I'm gonna make this quick if I can. I have a traditional interior design background and education, and I think that served me really well in my early career, and both working in residential and commercial design. And then about 10 years ago, I switched to residential design. But the things that I learned in design and the things that I've practiced over the years were pretty by the book, and then there was always this intuitive part of the work that I did. And it was a few years ago when I first met Mike here in Denver and sat in on a session similar to this. And I learned about the science and design framework, and it instantly felt validating in the work I was already doing. So I dug deeper, and over the last couple of years, I became certified, digging in deeper into the knowledge that's available, and also figuring out how do we take this new knowledge and incorporate the messaging into really every stage of the design process, from the discovery call all the way through the very end. So it's been a real exciting component and layer to our existing business.
Nina?
Hi, it's such an honor to be here, Mike. Thank you for having me. My name is Nina Lichtenstein. I'm the founder of Custom Home Design by Nina Lichtenstein, which is a boutique interior design firm based in Westchester, New York. And my focus is on biophilic and neuroaesthetic design, which means I design spaces that support human health and well-being and the nervous system through our innate connection to nature and the way the brain responds to environment. What makes my approach unique is that I combine the beauty and functionality that people expect from luxury design with research from neuroscience, human behavior, and psychology. And I often say that our environments are not neutral. Before we consciously register a space, the body is already responding to it. So I like to incorporate natural materials, natural light, texture, organic forms, and thoughtful spatial planning to create homes that aren't just beautiful, but that actually help people feel better within them. So in particular, I specialize in fully custom designed generational homes. I carry out renovations, new builds, and full furnishings from studs to styling. And in addition to my residential work, I have expanded into product collaborations, including a biophilic and neuroaesthetic healthcare hardware collection with Accurate Lock and Hardware, and a biophilic neuroaesthetic rug collection with Ruggle Up. I'm also one of the first interior designers certified in science and design, which has helped me further bridge the gap between design science and human health and well-being. So really at the heart of everything I do is the belief that design has the power to profoundly influence how we live, think, feel, and heal.
Wow, that's great. Thank you, Nina. So, Kate, you mentioned the word validation. I want to ask, one of the things that I hear from designers all the time is that they feel validated by taking the course and understanding neuroaesthetics. I'm not a designer, so I can't personally relate to that, but can you guys expand on that just a little bit? Kate?
Yes, absolutely. I think people who are designers, we sort of recognize that, well, sometimes it takes a little while, but when you first realize you have a gift that not everybody has, there is this innate intuitive sense of design and balance and order and interest that comes to us in why we often find ourselves in this career path. But what we don't realize, I think, or what I didn't realize, is that so many of those design decisions and choices were actually me subconsciously trying to create order within our own minds. And we, have this ability to really create spaces that make people feel at ease. But I never really had the deeper understanding of why and why these things were true. It's beautiful because it's beautiful, right? And learning about this really unlocked this deeper understanding that this is really an innate part of who we are and it's evolutionary. And once I learned that, everything clicked. It was like, oh, this is why that matters. This is why these principal elements of neuroaesthetics, which are coherence and fascination and hominess, it's why this all makes sense. But now I had the language to help me articulate that to clients and to people that I'm talking about. So it was first that like aha moment, and then it moved into, okay, now I want to understand this more deeply in a way that I can articulate it really easily and naturally. And to be honest, that is the part that takes a little bit of time, but really worth it.
Before I go to Nina, I just want to mention that hominess, fascination, and coherence are the three principles taught by Dr. Anjan Chatterjee in the first session, the first class of the certification program. He is the head of the Penn Center for Neuroaesthetics, and he's just freaking brilliant as a scientist. Nina, talk about the intuition and validation, if you would.
Okay. I think to effectively answer this question, I just need to give a little bit of background, because in many ways this path began long before I had the scientific language for it. I also think that our personal experiences of intuition and validation vary. And I would actually encourage you all to check out Jennifer Walsh's website, where she has a tab called How Nature Healed Me, so that you can have a second example and kind of connect the dots in your own lives. Because I think anyone who's on this presentation right now, you guys are ahead of the pack. You're obviously being led here by some sort of intuition. And so I hope by giving you maybe the cliff notes of my life, you can start to connect the dots in your own. And ironically, some of the things I'll tell you, I didn't make the connection until maybe 2 years into my business, like some of the major things I'm about to tell you, which is kind of funny. But I grew up in a family of nature lovers. My mother was a world-renowned naturalist inspired by E.O. Wilson. So from a very young age, I was immersed in the natural world and taught to deeply observe it. My grandfather and his father were both conservationists and veterinarians. My grandfather in particular was a world-renowned infectious disease expert for livestock, and he traveled the world a lot doing that. And both he and his sister built their houses from the ground up with their own hands. So we have a little bit of do-it-yourself builder in the history. I've always joked, that I have big shoes to fill following in their footsteps. But my grandfather also built this giant treehouse in the countryside, and I spent every summer there. My father was an avid fisherman, and my mother was an avid gardener. So at one point in my childhood, I actually thought I would grow up to be a landscape designer. I was constantly ripping out all her grass and planting flower-filled rock gardens instead. So my path kind of meandered after that. I became a professional ballroom and Argentine tango dancer because my father introduced me to dancing. And Argentine tango is a dance of design because it's really all improvisation. So I was learning design through movement. And that eventually led me into the fashion and media world. I fell into fashion design, where I was exposed to design through the lens of photography, magazines, TV, and visual storytelling. A lot of the sets that were set up were out in nature. And at the same time, I was also traveling the world a lot. So I was taking in the world wonders, exploring ruins. I was like in every cathedral and mosque that you could possibly imagine. seeing houses that were floating on the water, mud huts. And I was really soaking in all the architecture and design. And on top of that, I was even taking factory tours. I love to see how all of the products were designed and manufactured. And a little fun fact, my husband proposed to me at the Taj Mahal in India, and I ended up designing our wedding based on the floral tile inlay colors in the Taj Mahal. So from there, I became a nature-inspired Montessori teacher, teaching preschool. And my thesis for my certification was the value of nature in education. And I was talking extensively about how urban environments lack nature, which is so crucial for child development, and coming up with creative ways to expose them to it. So eventually that led me into home design because we bought our first home, and I ended up transforming it completely into a nature-inspired refuge. And that had such a profound effect on me and my family, our mental health and well-being. It was life-changing, and that is what launched my business. So looking back, I realized that I was unconsciously incorporating biophilic and neuroaesthetic principles because I was naturally drawn to them. And then one day I was reading a newsletter from Designer Society of America, and it talked all about biophilic design. And I could not believe that there was a whole research-backed, evidence-based framework for everything I'd been doing intuitively. And so it was only natural from that point going forward, when I discovered the Science and Design certification, that I signed up for it the second I saw it, because it was such validation for everything that I had been doing. And it gave me a completely new philosophy, a way to validate, strengthen, and really with even more intention apply what I'd already been doing through lived experience, by connecting my intuition and instincts to neuroscience, psychology, physiology, and evidence-based research. So that's kind of been my journey. And now it's a lot easier to explain design decisions to clients, that they're not just aesthetic or experiential, they're based in real research and measurable impact.
Yep. That's great from both of you. Thank you. And, in our prep session, we talked about, what has this done for your business, and how has your business changed or grown? We have an audience here that maybe hasn't signed up for the certification yet. So what could they expect in terms of growth and enhancement and differentiation? Kate?
I think that you can expect to, I think if you're a genuinely curious person, you're going to find this curriculum really fascinating. I think it went a lot deeper than I anticipated at first, and I thought that was really exciting. But I think one of the main things that felt really good about engaging in this certification program and taking it was just how tangible the outcomes of this were right away. It's a very easy program. Well, I shouldn't say it's very easy. It is, it's very comprehensive, but it's not overwhelming. So, as I was going through the coursework, I was immediately able to think about, okay, how can I take this principle and apply it to existing projects? Or I could even start to look at past projects, things that I had already done in past projects that were directly tied to some of these principles. Prospect and refuge is a really great example of one of those principles. Prospect and refuge is this concept of feeling safe and secure when you're in an environment where you're somewhat enclosed in the top and around your back, and have this perspective view of outside, and that feels safe and secure. And I think somebody pointed out that like a reading nook or a window seat is a good example of prospect and refuge. And of course, we have those examples in our portfolio. So immediately I was able to tie these concepts to even past work that I had done and show those in examples to future future clients. Right now I'm able to, we just are getting ready to do a concept design presentation next week. And we have a couple of slides in our deck that are showing how we're employing the concept of awe in in neuroaesthetics and biophilic design, and how we're wanting to take this just pretty typical standard staircase and create it into a real piece of artwork, something that you can move through. And that actually, depending on how we end up designing it, but could tie back to multiple principles. It could tie back to awe, it could tie back to mystery, it could tie back to fractal patterns. And so whereas before I'd be like, let's just make this a really fun place to move through. Now I can say that, but then I can also tie it back to here are some specific reasons why we might want to do this and why this can benefit you from a well-being standpoint. So for me, it's really about kind of taking what we already know, but then backing it up with some science and research and putting it into tangible terms right away that clients understand.
Nina, you've had some, you mentioned it early, but you've had some good product success as a result of your focus. Can you tell us about your 2 new product lines?
Yeah, so it opened the door to product collaborations like Transcend, and that is my healthcare hardware collection with Accurate Lock and Hardware. And Transcend originated in healthcare settings because it's ligature resistant and ADA compliant door hardware that's designed specifically for hospitals and behavioral health settings where there's a high risk of patients attempting to take their own lives. So the ligature resistant hardware does not have any ligature points on it that allows anything to be attached. Now, the problem with these kinds of hospital and behavioral health settings is that they can be very institutional and sterile. So my idea was to infuse nature imagery and fractal patterns onto the hardware because, as you heard previously, views of nature and fractals are known to speed healing and reduce mental fatigue and stress, to improve mood and mental health, and to have a restorative effect. So my goal was for these positive effects to occur not just for the patients, but for the staff and the visiting families. Burnout with staff in particular is a big problem in these settings. And I was hoping to help address that at least a bit. So I used my knowledge from the science and design certification to come up with an out-of-the-box idea to help cause healing. And the same idea is behind my rug collection with Ruggle Up, where we're putting nature scenes, tree branches, of different kinds, sunsets coming through trees, water reflections. They all have the same intention with nature imagery and fractal patterns. And you can check out those rug collections on my website, ninashomedesign.com, if you want to see what they look like. We're actually currently expanding the Transcend collection now into residential and commercial. I'm very excited to hopefully debut those in the next few months. And we're also supporting some meaningful initiatives with some donations. So what was particularly exciting was that Transcend won the Nightingale Gold Award at the Healthcare Design Conference and Expo in 2025. And it's been featured quite a few times in Healthcare Design Magazine. I have some more exciting features coming out. And most recently, it was debuted as a leading example of biophilic design at HKS Architecture across their New York, Dallas, and Los Angeles offices at Earth Day events, no less. So that's, kind of the idea was to bring these healing principles into everyday touch points.
Wow. Congratulations on all that, Nina. Thank you. So what does it mean when designers say, and I'm hearing this more and more, when they say all of my design decisions are now first filtered through the lens of neuroaesthetics and biophilic design? What is that? What does it mean, and why is it important? Kate?
Sure. To me, that really is speaking to the idea that we have a responsibility to design spaces that are going to improve the lives of the occupants. I'm a residential designer, so these spaces are really personal. I don't know if other designers experience this. I feel like many do, but clients open up to me pretty quickly and share a lot of really personal information about maybe what they're going through, what their kids are going through. And these are really important and meaningful conversations that we can have with our clients. And knowing that there's somebody that has sensitivity to sight or sound or clutter, we can start to think about how can we employ these principles in every way, so that we're making smart decisions that are going to help the brain and the mind and the body feel calm, safe, and relaxed. So it's really thinking about, are the color and texture choices the right ones? What about the spatial arrangement and how spaces flow with one another? Is it flexible so that it can accommodate the needs of different types of people in the space? And I think, before, these are things that we did, again, intuitively, but now we have a little bit more understanding around why these decisions are so important. And that in turn helps us to convey that more effectively with clients.
Nina, what do you think?
So when I say that I filter all of my design decisions through the lens of neuroaesthetics and biophilic design, I mean that I approach every space with an even deeper awareness of how environments affect the brain and the body and the nervous system, and even our emotions, our focus, our stress levels, really our overall well-being. And in many ways, as I mentioned, I was already intuitively incorporating biophilic principles long before I formally studied the science behind them, because I was naturally drawn towards organic forms and natural materials, layered textures, thoughtful light, sensory comfort, and in general, stronger connections to nature, because I could feel viscerally for myself even that the difference that these environments make in people's lives. So the science and design certification gave me the research-based framework and language to better understand it, articulate it, intentionally apply those principles with measurable human impact in mind. And it strengthened my intuition by grounding it in neuroscience and psychology and physiology and evidence-based design research. So that lens now influences everything I do, from lighting and spatial flow to materials, acoustics, patterns, color palettes, the way a space supports restoration and regulation and clarity, human connection. So I consider everything, the smallest details, because we respond to all objects in our environments. And that's actually kind of, the impetus behind my product collaborations, is that every object matters. So instead of just asking, how does this space look beautiful and how does it function well, we need to be asking, how will this space impact the health, well-being, and daily experience of the people living in it?
Perfect. Yep. So listen, there are 22 classes in the program. What areas of the education do you think have affected you most? Can you give us a couple of examples?
I'll speak to that. It's been a minute, so I would have to think about which one was my favorite, but I do think that the color theory information was really fascinating, because it helped me to understand not only the scientific way that we perceive and experience color from a biological standpoint, but also from a cultural relevance standpoint. That's really important to me. I have a lot of multicultural families that I work with, and understanding their cultural background is a really important part of our initial stages of exploration and discovery, and really getting to know the clients. And so we have, I had to sort of check my own understandings at the door of what colors mean to me and how I perceive them, because I think I didn't fully understand the impact of the cultural relevance on color the way that I do now, and I have a better appreciation for it. So I felt like that was one of the really more fascinating parts of the curriculum.
Nina?
So for me, it was definitely a deep dive into the principles of biophilic and neuroaesthetic design for both my home designs and my product designs. First of all, it helped me recognize that I was incorporating all of these principles intuitively for years, but without naming them or understanding them fully. For example, as Kate mentioned before, prospect and refuge. So basically, prospect is having a sense of openness in your environments, the ability to look out, and refuge is a sense of protection. So if you picture your back against a wall and you're able to still look out, so that's a sense of refuge. And, examples I've done in my home designs are window seats, reading nooks, banquette seating, cozy deck corners that are like, I don't know that fenced is the right word, but fenced in by lattice to create a really nice corner. And also the principle of awe. So during my design build projects, we didn't use that word, but we did have a word for it. And it was wow factor. And we weren't referring to one particular object in the environment. We were referring to, people walking in even before the space was completed and just like stopping dead in their tracks and like looking around and exclaiming, wow, this is breathtaking. So that word was in all of the designs that I was carrying out, is always thinking, how is this going to have a biological impact from everybody, children to the elderly, master craftsmen, literally anybody walking in. So later when I was looking through Bill Browning's and Katie Ryan's 15 biophilic design principles, it really became clear that I was integrating all of them. A little side note, since I brought up Bill Browning, Katie Ryan, I'm very excited to share with you guys for the first time on this webinar that Transcend, my healthcare hardware line, will be featured in the upcoming second edition of their book, Nature Inside, a Biophilic Design Guide. And I highly recommend that you go back and read the first edition where it talks about these 15 biophilic design principles. So having that framework and language has really been transformative. It makes me far more intentional in my decisions, and I can clearly communicate the value to clients behind them. Another one I like, by the way, is mystery. That is a sense of curiosity by looking at what's in the designs and the environment that leads you forward to explore further. And I love using that in my designs. It could be like a hint of rock around the corner and you want to see, oh, what is that? And then you realize it's a whole stone column, a doorway framed in wood that leads you to see like, what else is that wood on the ceiling I see in the distance? So it's kind of, that captures the idea of mystery.
It's really interesting you say that because, when I started learning about this over the last many years, when I heard this phrase modes of mystery, I just couldn't quite relate to it. I wasn't getting it. But when you stop to think about the fact that, you have a curving hallway, you have a corner that you have to somehow look around, there is a sense of expectation, anticipation. So I'm a full believer in that whole subject of modes of mystery. We've got a question from Lisa in Hawaii right now, who got up really early this morning to join the presentation, and she's asking about how are you dealing with your clients and the language of science today. How do you work with the new language of design with your clients?
I will jump in here. One, I think that I have to read my clients. There are some clients who instantly are interested in talking about this and learning more. And for those folks, it's very easy and you can introduce new concepts and it gets really exciting. We have some literature that we've created specifically for clients to share with them. There are others that maybe don't share as much of our enthusiasm for it. I still talk about it with them. I sort of weave it in a little bit more in more natural everyday language. So we're not doing neuroaesthetic design or employing these principles with those clients. We're still doing all of these things. What they don't know is that the reason that room feels good is because we're doing these things. And it's going to be subconscious for those folks, whereas other clients may know exactly why we made those specific choices. So again, it's just reading our clients and knowing what their level of interest is. But 9 times out of 10, you share just a little bit of your expertise and your excitement around this, and it opens up conversations because generally speaking, people are very, very interested to learn more.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like my clients are naturally aligned with what I'm doing. But when I explain these concepts to them or anybody else, whether it's a builder, an architect, or just anybody out in the world, I usually describe them first in very human terms. So instead of saying biophilic, I say nature inspired. Instead of saying neuroaesthetic, I say health centered. And instead of saying salutogenesis, which you guys learned about a little bit earlier, I say health causing. And that kind of grounds them in the idea before bombarding them with the science that, while fascinating, they might not be familiar with it, and it's not going to feel accessible to them at first. So then once I've kind of rooted them in those terms, then I can go on and explain, that biophilic design is the idea that human beings have an innate connection to nature and living systems. The word biophilia literally means love of life. I explained that it recognizes that our environments do profoundly affect how we feel and function, that human beings are biologically wired to respond positively to many of the qualities found in nature, like fractal patterns that you all learned about earlier. It's about, intentionally incorporating elements like natural light in organic forms and textures, and patterns. And I give examples of that in my designs to them in my presentations. I explain how these things support stress reduction, restoration, and overall well-being. And then for neuroaesthetics, I really explain to them that in very simple terms, it helps explain why certain spaces make us feel calm or energized, overwhelmed, inspired, or emotionally at ease. If I want to take a step further, then I'm explaining to them that it's how the brain and the nervous system respond to sensory experiences, including our built environments. And it really explores things like how color, lighting, proportion, spatial flow, and visual complexity, like Mike was talking about earlier, do influence our emotion, cognition, mood, and focus, and our physiological responses in the body. And yeah, so I don't know, Mike, if you want me to talk about salutogenesis or not. Now I can.
I think we're okay on that. But what I wanted to offer was just a reminder that the question of how to talk to your client, you'll get some tips with the client conversation guide that's found on the neuroaesthetics page on the website. It really will help you. The other thing that's happening is that clients are slowly but surely becoming more aware of some of these new words, and they're becoming aware because more and more websites are beginning to speak that language. When we first started today, I showed a whole series of web pages and the language that's being used on those web pages. So if your website is speaking this language and it's attracting potential clients, they will have already been introduced to this new language of design, which should make it easier for you to broach the subject and use some of the words that are part of your website. So just kind of keep that in mind. The other thing I just wanted to mention, Nina mentioned builders, and I forgot to mention earlier that the virtual show house, one of the designers on the virtual show house is Angela Harris out of Trio Design. She's very, very connected to the builder world. The other people that were involved with the virtual show house was BSB Design, an architectural firm in Charlotte. So we've decided that we have already submitted a presentation to the Builder Show for February. And so we're going to hopefully be presenting the virtual show house at IBS. So if any of you are go to the Builder Show, hopefully we can connect there. So the last question I have is that, and I think this is important, and are there any quotes or specific passages that have affected you profoundly that maybe you might be using in your signature line or hanging on your wall as a reminder for regular motivation? What are the quotes that are really that stick in your mind?
I'll say the the statement that I think Ty Farrow said is design is not neutral was really impactful. It's such a simple phrase, but it speaks so much that, you know, when we make decisions in design, they're either going to help or hurt the occupants, and we want to make sure that we're making decisions that are helpful. One of the first things you'll learn in the science and design program is about how the brain instantly categorizes our environment and the things that we see into avoid or approach. And this is baked into our subconscious. It's evolutionary. And the approach patterns are the things that we want our clients to feel like when they see that, they want to be drawn towards it. And so making sure that every single design decision is creating a sense of that approach feeling that we want.
Any others?
I have quite a few that I like. So the first one is by Mike himself. The future of design is born in science. I truly believe that. I watch what's happening globally, and there's no doubt about that. I love the one by Anjan Chatterjee. Our brains are not passive observers of beauty. They are active participants in how we perceive and connect with the world. Surround yourself with beauty. It shapes who you are. And Ty Farrow has been mentioned quite a bit. He has such a visual, his words are very visual to me. So I love his quotes. The one in my email line is design is the next frontier in public health. And he also asks, what if health were the basis for judging every public space and building? I mean, who doesn't love that? What if we could design and construct health? These two in particular that he says are like so good in terms of really making you picture it in your head. So one is the human body is like a radar dish, collecting signals and communicating them back to the mind for interpretation. And space is like a prescription that can improve health or cause troublesome side effects. So as you can see, you know, his are just fantastic, and I definitely recommend his book, Constructing Health.
Let me echo that just for a second, because we've talked, you heard from Don Ruggles. We've talked about his book. We talked about Ann Sussman's book. But I think as much as I appreciate those first two books, I think Ty Farrow has just hit the nail on the head. And he's also very uplifting. If you remember the quote that I read earlier today when we first started, this man is a visionary and intuitor, and he sees the future for our industry as being so much more value. God bless you.
Thanks.
As being so much more enhanced and valuable. So yet I would heartily recommend. Lots of the quotes that Nina just mentioned are straight from the book, and so go ahead and get the book. And if you want to call me and talk about it, I'll be glad to, because I love the subject. I have a couple of others that I want to mention. Architects and designers have a greater ability to improve public health than medical professionals. Now that's from Dr. Claudia Miller who heads up the environmental design department at University of Texas. And that's a game changer. I've been saying that now for 6 or 7 years, and that ought to be framed and hanging on every conference room wall. The other one is from the head of the Center for Innovation, Dr. Douglas Wood at the Mayo Clinic. The future of medicine is in the home. The medical industry and science are begging us to catch up. Another one from the architect Sarah Robinson from her book Mind in Architecture. another excellent book. We cannot touch without being touched in return, reminding us that we are inextricably linked to the immediate environment. She also says that architecture and design act as our surrogate bodies. Imagine that. Do you think of what we do? Do we think of what we do as cradling the mind and body, protecting it, reassuring it? That's the nature of design, and that's where we're headed. I want to reach out and to everyone and ask, do you have any questions of these two wonderful interior designers? Actually, you can unmute yourself if that's a little easier than working in the chat. Come on.
While we're waiting on maybe a question, I thought it might be interesting to mention one other thing that we're working towards. So I will say that this is something that we're piloting. It's not fully developed yet, but I'm neurodivergent. I have a kid that's neurodivergent. And part of what our family has done is neurofeedback to help support that. But in preparation for that, pretty much everyone in my family had a brain map, which is an EEG reading of your brain. And it gives you this whole wild picture of like how your brain works. And we learned so much about ourselves in getting the brain mapped. And I've become friends with the woman who does this here locally in Denver. And she works with a lot of really high performing professionals and professional athletes. And so she and I talked about what would it look like if clients who were interested in this had a brain map that could help us understand their inner workings a little bit better so that we can design to help support them and what their unique needs are. So right now we have done the process of evaluating a few. So they were done anonymously. So I didn't see the names of the people or any identifying information, but I could see their brain maps and see what are the things that they struggled with. And I shared with her, here are some things that I think these people could benefit from in their environments. And she was able to share that with them and it resonated. So our next step is to we're working to create a optional process for clients who are interested in this. A lot of our clients, we're in Colorado, everybody here is health and wellness oriented. So the clients who are interested in this, where they can actually get a brain map as part of the design process so that we can get a better understanding of the inner workings of their mind and use neuroaesthetic biophilic principles to help design their spaces in direct reflection of what we're learning there. So that's exciting.
Yeah, that's really interesting and really awesome, Kate.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to say, Megan, do you have a question?
I had a follow-up question about that because I actually know Kate. And
Hi, Megan.
hi. And as she knows, I'm interested in helping people in neurodivergent families, mainly in residential spaces. And do you ever find that people are hesitant to share? It's almost like doing a retinal scan or something, like when you're getting it all up in their business, like, do you find that there's any issues regarding privacy? Or is it something that you have to talk about with them?
I mean, somewhat. I tell people right at the very beginning of getting to know us and think about working together that this is a very, very personal experience and process for us. It's a long-term process. We're getting into their family and their homes and their finances and it's all very personal. And part of what we've identified as important to us in working with clients and who are our ideal clients is we really want to work with people who are naturally trusting people. I have found that people who are naturally distrusting, God bless them, can be very difficult to work with. Now, I say that understanding that trust is built and developed over time. And so it is our responsibility to understand what is helpful to gain their trust and what would be important to them. So, while not everybody wants to go spewing their personal information to us on the first meeting, by the time we get to that part where we're starting to ask them questions, and we have a questionnaire that they get before our first consultation, where we ask them to share whatever they might be comfortable with the explanation that here's why we're asking this question. So many, like I would argue maybe every single one of our clients has revealed to us various things that is part of their mental health journey that they want to address through this. And we believe wholeheartedly that design can improve mental health. It can improve well-being. It, of course, can improve physical health. And so to the extent that they're open to it, we ask them to share. Most of the time, people will share a little bit, and that is really just our jumping off point. So, we're not forcing anybody to share anything that they don't want to, but generally speaking, when they know our heart, they know our intention is to help them, they're interested in opening up.
Maureen, did you have a question?
I did. Let me just see what I've got here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
yes,
I
we
was
can.
interested in what kind of characteristics you find out from that mapping.
The brain mapping?
Yes.
Oh, it's really fascinating. It's quite broad, but it's really how you respond to your world. I have a daughter who's hypervigilant, right? And that's something that we could see in her brain map. And it's great for someone who's surviving in nature, but a kid that's going to school doesn't necessarily need to be hypervigilant all the time. And so the follow-up work with neurofeedback is sort of helping her brain move back to a place where she feels a little bit more at ease. So it's way more than I even know or could speak to. But if you start to do a little research on EEG, brain mapping, you can find a lot of information about what all can be revealed through those.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
One of the other things that I've been realizing and listening to Kate and Nina and be reminded of is that so many of our certified designers now, and if you need help with this, let me know. I'll be glad to help you. But so many of them are now getting out into the marketplace and being perceived as leaders because of the presentations they're doing and how they're interacting with other organizations. An example is Deanna Girardeau in Grand Haven, Michigan, speaks regularly to the Chamber of Commerce in the cities around her area. Nina was in New York City as part of an event a couple of months ago. Kate has asked me to participate. Kate, you'll have to give the details because I don't remember the details.
Yeah.
But we're doing something together in June, for instance, at last Thursday at ADAC, the Atlanta Decorative Arts Center, Kat Blue, John Valentine, and Jenna Jacobs Freeman and I did a panel in front of 50 interior designers talking about this very same subject. The whole afternoon, as a matter of fact, was devoted to neuroaesthetics in the science and design. So I'm always reaching out to certified designers like we have on the screen right now to help share the knowledge and the news. So if you have an opportunity in your market to present and it's possible that I can help you or I can be part of it with you, I'm glad to do that. So saw Kate's presentation for Design Files. Great job getting the word out.
So yeah, anybody who's interested, oh, sorry, that was a past presentation. Yes, Maureen, I spoke with Design Files a few months ago about this topic. Mike mentioned an event coming up in June, so I'll just put that on y'all's radar. Daniel House Club, who some of you may be familiar with, is essentially a procurement company for interior designers. And we're going to be presenting the Science of a Happy Home presentation on June 18th, 19th. Forgive me, I'm not looking at a calendar. And then I'm also doing a collection, a curated collection of products from Daniel House Club's website of biophilic inspired lighting, rugs, furnishings, so on. So if you want information on that, and then Mike is going to join us to talk just a little bit about his program as well. So that you can find more information on that on our website, designersoasis.com.
I'll give you one other idea and see if it can apply in your market. Last year, Janet Marina, certified in San Jose, California, came up with the idea of bringing together 4 different associations for a special presentation. So she was able to pull together the ASID, the AIA, NKBA, and NARI, the Remodeling Association, to pull together a special event where I presented to 240 different designers and specialists who each paid $50 to network, listen to the presentation, and it was extraordinarily successful. So if you have the opportunity to pull together a couple of organizations and we can do something online or in person, happy to do it. So listen, that's any other questions? If not, I just want to say thank you to Nina and Kate. Thank you to all of our presenters. And we're pretty much winding this up right now. And I want to thank all of you for joining in and being a great participating audience. And you know, I don't have any great pearls of wisdom other than to say that we're all becoming more and more passionate about this subject. And we are moving the industry forward. It's step by step. I wish it were mile by mile, but you know, we're changing things for the good. We're enhancing the value proposition for the interior design industry and for home furnishings. So it's a wonderful subject, and thank you for all of your. Oh, Veronique is saying something nice. Thank you, Veronique. And I just thank all of you for your contributions. And if you have any questions on the certification program, you know, call me, let me know, and I can help walk you through it. We want as many designers certified and leading the industry, creating a new community of excellence. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank
you. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. It was wonderful.
Thank you.